Welcome to While We Were Distracted, the podcast where we explore topics that often get overshadowed in the rush of daily life.
Good morning. Everyone can be seated. All right. Are we operational? Okay. Yes. Are they working? Great. You okay? A little bit? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for wearing the mask. It keeps everybody else safe. Yeah. Well, I hope everybody had a terrific weekend. It was nice to get some sun in the afternoon. Maybe there's sun in all day where you all are. Here in Oakland, it's only in the afternoons. But it's great to see you back. Okay, so we are going to start off where we left off. We have just a few more minutes of that video, and then we'll have more live witnesses for you today, okay? While they're getting that set up, the lawyers reminded me that I had only provisionally accepted Dean Scissor as a expert, as a nonprofit expert. So I'm confirming to you that I do accept him as an expert. But again, just a reminder with respect to all experts, it's the jury's decision as to how much weight to give any statement made by those experts based upon their skill, expertise, and the things to which they are testifying. So you all decide how much weight to give that, okay? All right, let's go ahead and start up with the video.
There is a second part of the deal related to Azure exclusive.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes. Is it back on? Is it just that one? You want everybody scoot down a little in front of one that works, and then we'll fix it at the break. Okay, and then can you all see in the back? Do you want to move over? Are you good? Okay. All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
That said, the overall consumer deal in mind. So, resource for that the two of us will partner on this effort together.
There was another part of a big major part of the deal for Microsoft relating to exclusive rights to OpenAI IP. Is that right?
um, um, and commercialize the IP, which we've augmented over time. Currently, OpenAI offers directly consumer developer thing, as does Microsoft. So it's not an exclusive.
But I don't know. Exhibit 11. This is the 2023 JDCA, correct? This is a Microsoft memo to the board of directors dated June 10th, 2019.
That's right.
So when the structure was created, process to the for-profit entity.
Total return amounts to be. So this was target the debt amounts for each of the parties that made contributions. So,
And what the parties that made contributions is nonprofit.
correct.
And the nonprofit's contribution was in the form of asset, according to this document.
Yeah.
The asterisk at the bottom of the chart.
I see the asterisks and I see the words. Our understanding was they did OpenAI Inc. IP and formation of the for-profit entity.
So by IP, you mean OpenAI's technology, right?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Exhibit 11. We can look at page 55105 at the very top.
Yes.
As subsection V. And it's a definition of the licensed IP as used in the 2023 JDCA, right?
Got it.
And it says it means all of OpenAI and Opco's background IP, foreground IP, etc., etc. So it says all, right?
It's I think you have to take it in each segment. So it means all of these.
And it has a clause that discusses the time frame too, right? At the end of that, whether developed at any time during the term or at any time before the effective date.
That's right.
And then 30 licensed IP expressly includes all IP and technology of OpenAI, Opco, or both, excluding only AGI, right?
Yes.
That definition doesn't exist in the 2019 JDCA, is that right?
I have to go look at 2019 Jake's, or what we call licensed IP in the 2019.
If you go to Exhibit 10 and you go to 55174, the definitions are laid out alphabetically. This is where licensed IP would be, right?
So I see licensed products there.
But that's not the same as licensed IP, right?
These are different definitions. Products is here.
I say by the 2023 JDCA. Everything.
Definition, we read the definition specifically, it says all, and it describes much of the components. It says includes technology, the IP of OpenAI, Opco, or both, excluding AGI.
Not time limited by the term of the agreement, right?
It is IP that's developed during the
any IP from before the effective date, correct?
It does say that, yes, and before the effect.
So this is a license for all IP that OpenAI has ever developed up to 2030, correct?
It covers before the effective date. So it says what it says. It is IP technology that developed during the term and before the effective date.
The effective date remains the date was released.
Right.
Let's go back to the memo. It's exhibit 12.
Yeah.
If you go to 907, so the first page, flipping over to the second page, at the bottom of the page, paragraph that starts with, given the history of OpenAI, correct? Is that? So paragraph reads, given the history of OpenAI as a charitable nonprofit organization and the structural constraints related to the existing investments into OpenFP, which is the general partner, considerable control over the partnership, management has negotiated set. What is the general partner of OpenFP?
General partner. We're familiar with the current structure in 2023 where there is a manager. I believe, I actually don't want to speculate what the general partner reference was there, but in the 2023 we have a manager that works with the OpenAI, LLCA, and the nonprofit.
Being the manager. As Microsoft, as of this date, made revenues on products that incorporate OpenAI technology.
Yes. Yeah, I think we detail in one of our responses, as of first quarter aggregate revenue. These investment agreements, and it's similarly for all of the Azure inferencing services. We similarly have invested in cloud infrastructure ahead of recognizing revenue. So with that context, we approximately $9.5 billion of total revenue life to date with OpenAI.
Does that include the 20% revenue share?
It does.
So that includes projects that OpenAI has launched separately from Microsoft. I just handed you Exhibit 16. It's an email stream, right? The latest email on it. OpenAI was actively working to commercialize its IP, correct?
Or commercializing its IP.
And came to Microsoft restructure of OpenAI. Our Microsoft had to approve that restructure.
I believe the structure of the entity would have been made the decisions.
In 2023, and I executed the third JVCA, correct? Was a investment agreement that went along with that?
Yes, we signed with the JVCA investment agreement.
And the investment agreement was for $10 billion, right?
The investment agreement was for $10 billion for the operating expenditures / corporate purposes, and then 8 to invest in capacity.
And that's a pretty substantial increase from the prior JDCA investments.
From the prior investments.
It's more than triple what Microsoft had already invested in OpenAI.
$10 billion over the term of
Did Microsoft use with OpenAI as a result of the 2023 JDCA?
that bad. But we did have on-site engineers.
On-site engineers, do they work at OpenAI's offices?
On-site at OpenAI's.
They were employed by Microsoft,
They were employed by Microsoft.
ops engineers. Yeah.
Microsoft and engineers. OpenAI's facilities.
All right, ever constructed in reference to OpenAI's valuation at the time?
No. The TRA just profit sharing construct is a eligible evaluation of the construct.
Ops investment is not based on the value of OpenAI. What is Project Watershed?
Ed is the project that was started by OpenAI around this potential recapitalization that we just talked about to a public benefit corporation.
Microsoft's approval required for OpenAI to convert to a PBC.
It would be our approval would be required to go from the current structure of the for-profit entity, the contemplated PBC.
For PBC,
We don't oppose it.
does support Microsoft's plan to convert to a PBC.
It's completely in OpenAI's. Like, it's their control if they want to recapitalize the for-profit entity. That's a profit to decide.
But if Microsoft doesn't approve of that decision, I'm not to issue a waiver, is that right?
That's correct. Good enough.
And I can't convert until the termination of the JDCA.
I don't know what would come next if we were to not approve on paper. We would probably work with OpenAI on a scenario. Like, I don't foresee us objecting to their.
If OpenAI converts, they could potentially IPO in the future, is that right?
It's for OpenAI's nonprofit board to determine. There's thanks for the company. The right approach going forward.
But it's possible to IPO if it's a corporation.
I believe
So which money? This is another Microsoft memo to the board of directors, correct? 2024.
yes,
By Coach Nadella, Kevin Scott, Amy Wood, and Bradson.
yes,
This is the distribution waterfall as of 2024, correct?
yes. It's like, yeah, as of June 30th, 2024. Yes,
Last clause says values are subject to a 20% increase annually after each full year beginning 1/1/25, right?
that's right.
Now until 2025, Microsoft's TRA increased 20% each year, is that right?
After 2025, it would start to increase 40% per year, as with all TRA stakeholders.
Profit that will have to be paid out to you that increases for 130.
There is a but for the most recent investment agreements, for January 1st, 2025.
I'll talk to you a little bit then about, you said at the beginning, you spoke to Dee about the role as a board observer.
That's right.
The board observer beginning in December 2023 up until July 2024.
Yeah, those dates sound approximately right. Yeah.
What did she tell you?
As Microsoft's OpenAI's board was working. There was a team. Yeah. And as board.
Governance meaning what?
This is the wrong word. Super clear, but this is just understanding how they were going to set up their board after making changes.
And why would Microsoft need detail of that understanding?
Us to really feel like what they put it together, so we have assurances firmly around the government's board.
So this sets up the deployment safety board, is that right?
That's correct.
SB is both meeting certain parameters for safety and responsibility, correct?
Refamiliarize myself with it.
Just flip over to 147, just the next visual, all the way at the end of the section. Sorry, your page is 40.
Yep.
All the way at the bottom, the very last provision, it says commercialization, right?
Yes.
And it says the critical purpose of this agreement is to provide for the deployment of licensed IP and US products of Microsoft or its affiliates, correct?
That is what it says.
And so the DSP will apply the safety criteria in recognition of this purpose and will not unreasonably reject a deployment context. The question is that it's stating a critical purpose of the agreement is to commercialize products, is that right?
This exhibit, my understanding of this exhibit is sure safe functions. In the context of there is a term in here for commercialization as well.
And the DSP is a gate to the deployment of AI products.
It is it could be a gate for commercialization.
Does it have the power to reject?
I think so.
And it says, if the DSB rejects any potential development, we will provide specific written guidance sufficient for the requesting party to understand the basis for the DSB's decision.
Correct.
So that means that the DSB has to write down why it rejects the product.
Yeah, it gives feedback as to why it is requesting.
Has the DSB ever blocked a product from? So the amount of money that has to be paid out before the nonprofit starts receiving 100% of the profits is higher.
Yes, the nonprofit participates in TRA as well, and then participate in uncapped residual.
You were previously deposed on September 8th of this year, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Under the 2025 deal with OpenAI develops AGI, does Microsoft get a license to it?
We have, yes, we do have a license to the IP, the model that they develop, inclusive of if that model is AGI. There are limits to our IP license once they achieve AGI, including the underlying research IP.
Why is the IP so important to Microsoft?
The underlying deal that we've been executing against with OpenAI, that has been a core tenet of our relationship, the IP rights that we have.
Next witness.
Your Honor, at this point, by agreement of the parties, Mr. Nadella will be called as a witness during plaintiff's case, although Microsoft will be examining him first, plaintiff second.
All right, you may proceed. You'll just remain standing, sir. Mr. Cuenco.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm. Please say I do or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated and speak clearly into the microphone.
May I?
State your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
Satya Nadella, Nadella.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Might be better if you pull the mic down just a little bit and then, right, so it can catch your voice. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness with a copy of his binder?
You may.
Good morning, Mr. Nadella. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft.
When did you start working at Microsoft?
In 1992,
How long have you served as Chief Executive Officer?
since February of 2014.
I'd like to turn to the topic of artificial intelligence, or AI. How does AI factor into Microsoft's broader business strategy?
AI is in various forms. It's been called machine learning before, and it's always been part of Microsoft's core goal, which has always been to empower people and organizations with technology. And as part of that, in fact, way back in 1995 is the first time machine learning and AI became a priority for us with the formation of Microsoft Research. And the idea was to go do fundamental research in speech and vision and make them part of the computing fabric.
Who was Microsoft's primary competitor in AI when you took over as CEO?
I would say primarily it was Google. Google would be the main competitor who had obviously the scale of data and the compute. And so that would be the main competitor.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury what you mean by scale?
When you think about AI, it's perhaps more so than any other technology is dependent on two things. One is data. And if you have lots of data, you have better chances of creating better AI. And then computing resource. You have to have the computing resource in order to be able to then use that data and train these models. And so therefore, scale in both aspects on data as well as compute matters.
Okay. So you've mentioned, Mr. Nadella, compute and data. Did Google have any other advantages relative to Microsoft at the time?
They also had talent. They were able to bring a lot of the folks, in fact, some of them who had even been affiliated with Microsoft before, like Jeff Hinton. And then they bought DeepMind. I think just before I became CEO, they had acquired DeepMind, which is a research organization. And so they had the combination of talent plus the compute and data.
How does safety factor in to Microsoft's AI strategy?
Safety to me, in any technology is a pretty critical thing, and in AI in particular, because you have to have a set of principles around, say, fairness or making sure that there's no bias that is grounding the entire approach to how you create these models, how you deploy these models. So safety is a pretty critical consideration. But beyond just having a set of principles, you have to translate that into everyday engineering practice, like with anything quality or anything performance or what have you. And so to me, it is always more about having the principles that ground you, but then to turn it into everyday engineering practice such that you can create AI that's safe all the time. It's not about dealing with the unintended consequences later, but dealing with it as we build AI.
I'd like to move from AI generally to OpenAI specifically, Mr. Nadella. When did the idea of forming a strategic partnership with OpenAI first begin?
The partnership with OpenAI, I think in the initial phase was more providing, I call it marketing support through some credits we gave in our cloud computing when OpenAI got started. At that time, they were doing some research in reinforcement learning with game playing in particular, and that was the first phase of it. And then in 2019, after they formed their for-profit subsidiaries, when the strategic partnership got created.
Mr. Nadella, I'd like to show you Exhibit 1571, which has been stipulated by the parties for admission. Can you tell the jury what this document is?
This is an email from Sam to me in February of 2018.
And I'd like you to turn to the second page of the email, which I believe is the email from Mr. Altman, and focus on the 3 numbered bullets on that page. Can you describe your understanding of what Mr. Altman was conveying?
He was basically saying that they've created this for-profit subsidiary, as well as Elon had left OpenAI, and that they were talking to all the other big tech companies, and they would like to talk to us about our interest in investing.
Were you surprised to learn that Mr. Musk had departed OpenAI's nonprofit board?
I didn't. Elon had many companies, so it is not something that I was paying particular attention to which company he was working at any given point in time. But I felt that Spam was reaching out to just say that Elon was no longer associated with them.
And what was your reaction, Mr. Nadella, to Mr. Altman's statement that he was seeking private investors?
It made logical sense to me because, again, it goes back to this challenge of AI, which is it requires a lot of compute resource and a lot of investment. And so in order for OpenAI to continue to pursue its mission, the idea that they would need to then attract some investment, therefore they needed to create a for-profit entity, all sort of passes muster.
What happened next after you received this email from Mr. Altman?
I think there was sort of a series of meetings and dialogue between us, and I'm sure they were talking to others during the same time. And then sometime, in 2019, we ended up making our first investment and creating the strategic partnership.
Did you task anyone on your team to explore a strategic partnership?
Yeah, on the technology side in particular, I had Kevin Scott, who is our CTO at Microsoft, who was the point person who did a lot of the due diligence in terms of both the technology itself and the technology roadmap, and did it make sense for Microsoft to be investing? And so he was the point person.
And what is a CTO?
Chief Technology Officer.
About how long did it take for Microsoft to evaluate a potential partnership with OpenAI?
Yeah, it was a very big decision for us because, as I said earlier, we've had our own efforts throughout Microsoft's history, and so to make the call that we would take some of the scarce resources we have, besides the financial part, I think the biggest decision for me to make was the opportunity cost of not giving the same compute to the internal teams. And so there was a lot of back and forth on that. And so, yes, it took us a lot of time internally to come to grips with it. And also the due diligence that the team had to do to make sure that this was an investable entity and it made sense for us to do so.
I'd like to show you another document now, which is Exhibit 1528, which also has been stipulated for admission. Mr. Nadella, what is this document?
This is the document that our CFO, Amy Hood, and Kevin Scott, our CTO, wrote for our board on the first investment of OpenAI.
And how are you familiar with this document?
We had a board discussion, and obviously I read it before the submission to the board as well.
I'd like to focus on the first paragraph of this memo to Microsoft's board. Can you explain to the jury your understanding as to why Mr. Scott and Ms. Hood were recommending pursuing a strategic partnership with OpenAI?
The basic thesis here was that we can create a real win-win partnership with OpenAI, wherein they had created this new entity, which was a for-profit entity in which we could invest, and we could then not just benefit on the financial side, but more importantly, we could have a strategic technical partnership as well as a commercial partnership, and that is the basic thesis for the entire investment.
And why was a strategic technical partnership important to you?
For the reason I mentioned earlier, which was this was a very big call for us to essentially, as I said, concentrate a lot of our scarce resource beyond the financial investment on a partner. This is the compute resource. So subsequently we went on to acquire, build, put our talent in to support essentially and sponsor OpenAI's success.
How did the Microsoft board vote on the partnership?
They voted yes.
And did Microsoft make additional investments into the strategic partnership after 2019?
We did.
Okay. And why did Microsoft make those investments?
As we continued to make progress on both sides, so there were milestones and our fundamental belief that this is a partnership that was both a win-win and we were making progress continued to build as time went on, and that's what led to further investments. And also the realization that both sides had that this is going to require significant capital infusion.
And by capital infusion, what do you mean by that?
Investment, again, just to build out, it's not one of those things where you build it once and then you're done. And unlike even traditional software, which is mostly operating expense or people focused, this one is both talent plus capital intensive in the sense of the compute resource.
Now, each time Microsoft made an additional investment into the partnership, what happened to OpenAI's rights and responsibilities under the partnership? Or, I'm sorry, let me take that back. I misstated. Each time Microsoft made an additional investment, what happened to OpenAI's rights and resources?
OpenAI had all of the rights and resources they always had. If anything, as the partnership has developed over the years, some of the rights that we had in the early days, we were flexible and sort of let them go so that OpenAI could sort of continue to scale and thrive and have other partners and raise more money from others as well. So because we were the initial, basically OpenAI, we took all the risk first, multiple rounds. And then once OpenAI became successful, they needed more flexibility, and it made sense for us to give them that flexibility as well.
Mr. Nadella, why was Microsoft willing to accept that risk?
To me, it came down to, I would say a couple of things. One is Microsoft has a core ethos of what I describe as a partner company. In other words, I've always thought of the world not as zero sum, but positive sum. So if you find partners that you could create these win-win opportunities, it's great to make them long-term stable. So in other words, you invest, they invest, we partner on technology and on the commercial side. I've had a long history of doing that with many others. And so that's the basic idea behind it.
In preparation for your testimony today, Mr. Nadella, did you have a slide prepared to help explain your testimony on how the strategic partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI works?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you on your screen, not only your screen for now, a document that has been marked for identification as MDDX-2.1.
It can be displayed. It's a demonstrative.
Thank you.
Come into evidence. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nadella, I'd like you to help walk us through this chart. And in doing so, can you just explain at a high level what the left-hand side of this chart represents?
Yeah, this at a high level is what one would describe in deals as a give-gets. And so there's the OpenAI gets and the Microsoft gets. So on the left-hand side is the OpenAI gets. The first thing, of course, is they get the funding, the $13 billion. You want me to just walk through the entire list, or?
Why don't we take them one by one, Mr. Nadella? So why don't you start with that first row there, the $13 billion in funding? What does that represent?
Yeah, so this is the funding that they were going to use in order to both for their operating expenses, so things like salaries for their researchers and so on, as well as for any commercialization parts to it, and to pay for the computing resources.
Did Microsoft consider any part of that $13 billion to be a donation?
No, we did not.
Why not?
At this point, the entire business case for us to invest was around this for-profit entity that, of course, was controlled by the nonprofit, and we understood fully that the nonprofit was also going to benefit significantly if this entity was successful. But this was all about attracting Microsoft's investments so that they can pursue their mission, and they also had other investors by then.
What does the second row in that column represent?
So the second row is all about building out that supercomputer or that computing resource on which these models get trained. And so that was one of the big investments we had to make, which was beyond thinking about it in dollar terms. Obviously, this is the place where the resource itself was scarce, and we had to first allocate it to OpenAI and build it out.
What does the third row in this chart represent?
The third row is once you have a model, you need to serve the model. So underneath ChatGPT or Copilot, what you have is an OpenAI model that needs to then be served for the world to use. It's like a website that you can access. So that's what the AI inferencing and hosting references.
Okay, so let's take them one by one. What is the relationship between hosting and computing power?
It's the same thing in this context, which is when you have these models, as I said, one is you need computing power to train them, to, in some sense, manufacture them. And then second aspect of it is once you have the model trained, you need to be able to host it somewhere in a cloud so that then people can access it, like you would access an app or a website.
Okay. And you mentioned the word inferencing, which has been referred to a couple times already in this trial, hasn't really been explained. What does inferencing mean?
Inferencing is the computation that happens. I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's training or inferencing, it's a set of math that computers are doing. And inferencing is what happens during the usage time. So when you're using, again, Copilot or ChatGPT, you're using inference capabilities.
Now, back in 2019, when this strategic partnership started, was Microsoft's Azure cloud computing infrastructure large enough to provide the inferencing and hosting computing power?
We had very little training or inferencing infrastructure at that time because this regime of AI was not, or this particular wave of AI was obviously not born then. And so we were in the very, very nascent stage. And so we had to make significant changes even to how we build out the data centers, how we then equip the power and the cooling and whatever was required in order to be able to then build out these supercomputers, both for training as well as for inferencing.
Thank you. I'd like to move now to the final row on the left-hand side. What does this represent?
It just says that OpenAI fully retains the ability to commercialize the technology on their own.
Now let's turn to the right-hand side of the column, the Microsoft Gets column. Can you explain to us what the first row represents?
The first row was about the know-how we would gain by building out this computing infrastructure. After all, we were, as I said, undertaking a pretty large project and focusing a lot of our people on effectively building computers for OpenAI. And one benefit of that was going to be the know-how we would gain from doing so.
What does the second row of the column represent?
The second row is about the technology that we would get that we could then incorporate into our products like Copilot.
Now, what is Copilot?
Copilot is an AI assistant similar to ChatGPT.
And how did Microsoft's rights to use this technology compare to OpenAI's rights to use that technology?
We had the same rights. So the basic premise of the entire partnership is we would invest the compute, they would do the model building, and the output of that would be shared by both sides to build products on both sides.
And why was it important to Microsoft to share in the IP that was jointly developed under the partnership?
The core reason why we were willing to take this partnership on was because we could depend on the IP coming, right? Without it, it wouldn't make any sense. This was not just, we were not investing in OpenAI just as an investment side of it, right? We had a complete agreement. There was investment return, plus there was an IP element to it, which was central to why we entered into this strategic partnership. Essentially, we were foregoing the opportunity on our side to develop it on our own. So therefore, it was very important for us to have IP rights. Without it, it wouldn't have made any strategic sense for Microsoft to completely outsource this.
Can you explain to the jury what the next row on this slide, on that column, represents?
So the next row is not just the IP that comes through that we make part of our products, but it's also the IP that we would use to essentially serve what we call APIs or application programming interfaces that other product builders could use. It was important for us to both not only have the IP, but also to put into our products, but also make the IP available for anybody to build products on top of Microsoft. So this, again, is the platform side of our company.
Let's now turn to the final row on the right-hand side. Can you explain what that represents?
So beyond the previous elements, it also obviously had a commercial and a financial side to it. And this basically says that we had a commercial deal, we had revenue share, as well as obviously a potential for financial returns on the investment.
Mr. Nadella, Mr. Musk's and his lawyers claim that the strategic partnership has come at the expense of the nonprofit. What is your reaction to that?
My understanding has always been that the nonprofit approved the creation of the for-profit entity so that they could continue to pursue the mission. And it's a classic case of if the pie became larger, obviously the nonprofit would benefit as well with their mission. And that's what, in fact, it's proven out. In fact, we now have one of the largest, most well-funded nonprofits because of the overall success of the for-profit entity that they created.
Are you familiar with the term AGI?
I am.
What does that term mean?
It means artificial general intelligence.
And what is your understanding as to what artificial general intelligence stands for?
Artificial general intelligence is a term that AI research community has talked about as a milestone for the development of AI at a point where the AI is more capable to generalize across domains. And so in the formation of OpenAI and their mission, they talk a lot about that being the pursuit of what they're after.
Now, when the partnership started in 2019, did Microsoft receive the right to use AGI if it was ever achieved?
We had the right. I don't believe we had the right to AGI if it was achieved. I think it'd be essentially the entire thing would be dissolved if AGI was achieved, I think was the term.
And did that change at some point?
I think it changed later on to a place where, first of all, it's such a fuzzy definition, and then in order to make sure that people were able to invest, I think the practical solution was if they would commercialize. So if the nonprofit board decided to commercialize, then we would get to commercialize. But if they didn't commercialize, we wouldn't commercialize as well. So in some sense, we kept it symmetric. So if for whatever reason the nonprofit decided that this is not something that they would want to launch, then we would also not get to launch it.
What is your understanding as to who makes the decision on whether or not to commercialize AGI models?
The nonprofit board of OpenAI.
Now that we've talked about the strategic partnership, I'd like to turn to the topic of Mr. Musk. When the strategic partnership with OpenAI was announced in July of 2019, did Mr. Musk reach out to you to tell you that it violated special commitments owed to him?
He did not.
When Microsoft's exclusive license to GPT-3 was announced in September of 2020, did Mr. Musk reach out to you to say that that license violated special commitments that were owed to him?
He did not.
When Microsoft invested an additional $10 billion in the partnership in January of 2023, did Mr. Musk reach out to you to tell you that that investment violated some type of special commitments that were owed to him?
He did not.
Mr. Nadella, does Mr. Musk know how to contact you?
He does.
And how? How can he contact you?
I mean, we have each other's phone numbers.
I want to now briefly turn to the events of November 2023, which was talked about a bit last week in court. When did you first become aware, Mr. Nadella, that Mr. Altman had been removed as CEO of the OpenAI for-profit subsidiary?
It was a Friday afternoon when I was in a meeting and someone came to me and said this Mira Murati, who at that time was the CTO of OpenAI, wanted to get hold of me. And so that's how I got to know is by basically being interrupted in a meeting.
What was your immediate reaction upon learning the news?
I was pretty surprised, to say the least, because there was no reach out to me by anyone from the board or the management team prior, which I would have thought would have been an obvious thing to do if there was some real issue that was going on, given that we were the most, largest investor, strategic partner, and what have you. But so I was pretty surprised.
How did Microsoft respond publicly on that Friday afternoon?
I mean, two things. One, the first thing I wanted to make sure was just to find out what was going on. So that was sort of my primary thing that I was trying to do, is to talk to the board members if I could get hold of them, or to the management team, and to make sure that there was nothing untoward that has happened and there was no challenge there. But then after that, it is all about making sure that there was business continuity, right? I mean, as soon as this was happening, the biggest challenge for me was customers were beginning to call, both actually OpenAI as well as Microsoft, and making sure that that the dependency they had as customers on Microsoft technology or on OpenAI and Microsoft technology is something that they could rely on come Monday morning.
And what, if anything, changed your thinking as the weekend progressed?
To me, the entirety, like, I had sort of one simple principle throughout that weekend, which was the same principle I had before the weekend and after the weekend, which is that we would continue to partner with OpenAI and support OpenAI and its management team to make sure that they continue to succeed and thrive. And that Microsoft was going to ensure that there was business continuity for our customers. So in some sense, that's sort of, whether it's during the weekend or after the weekend, I just stuck with that simple principle and tried to sort of navigate what was happening day to day and get people to that place.
And by the time Sunday evening came around, what was Microsoft's understanding? Actually, let me take that back. What was your understanding, Mr. Nadella, of the situation at OpenAI at the time?
Yeah, it started obviously on Friday with Sam and being gone, and then a bunch of folks had left with Sam, which including Greg Brockman and a couple of very key researchers. I was in dialogue, obviously, with Mira. And what started off as essentially a bunch of people leaving, they were all talking about creating a new company, and that was obviously very concerning to me. And I'd expressed that to the Mira at that time, as well as to anyone I could get hold of. Adam was the only, D'Angelo was the only board member that I was able to talk to, and I expressed my concerns. So basically, during the weekend, then sometime during the weekend, I think there was also a movement to reinstate Sam back at OpenAI, which would have been fine by us. And there was, I think, many board meetings that were happening. And then suddenly what happened, I think, is Mira was removed as CEO, and Emmett Shear was named CEO, whom I had a chance to chat with, I think, on Sunday night. I reaffirmed that we will support Emmett and OpenAI. And then I was also very clear, both with Mira before as well as with Emmett, that I would also try to make sure that Sam and Greg don't create a competing company and they would join Microsoft. At least that way, then the two companies can continue to partner, which I thought was better than them going off and creating some other company. And also, I knew that others from Google and including Elon were trying to hire them. So given all of that competition, I just wanted to make sure we could hang on to the band that created all this technology one way or the other.
At any point during that weekend, did you ever demand to the nonprofit board that they reinstate Mr. Altman as CEO?
I did not. I mostly was seeking clarity from the OpenAI board on because did they want Sam back? If Sam, that would have been helpful, because then I wouldn't have had to do things to make sure that they don't go create a competing company. So I was mostly seeking clarity on whether they want to bring him back. If not, if they moved on, is it Mira? If it's not Mira, it's Emmett. So I think that they were trying to kind of come to grips to what to do, and so it was a little confusing.
Earlier, you mentioned the possibility of Mr. Altman and Mr. Brockman joining Microsoft. What ultimately ever happened regarding that idea?
I think we did a bunch of legwork, created the basic infrastructure or scaffolding for them to join, but nothing came off, because by the time they were back at OpenAI. So at some level, as far as I'm concerned, the outcome of them going back to OpenAI was a good outcome, obviously, for OpenAI and for us as well.
Thank you. Now, during opening statement in this case, Mr. Nadella, Mr. Musk's attorneys showed the jury a quote from an interview that you gave with Kara Swisher around the time of these events. Do you recall that interview?
I do.
Okay. And why did you give that interview?
The interview was primarily to reassure our customers, because there was a real challenge at that time was confidence in the technology, both being there in the immediate term, as well as the confidence that Microsoft could continue to innovate on that technology, right? Because after all, customers were depending on it, and that was the question they were asking. And this was the best mechanism, because it was all over the media, and it was just the drama of what was going on was crowding out, in fact, what the customers cared about. And so therefore, I needed to communicate directly.
In that interview, Mr. Nadella, do you recall making the statement that Microsoft was below them, above them, and around them?
I do.
What did you mean by that statement?
It's very similar to that slide that we went through in terms of how this technology works. Again, it goes back to me trying to communicate as clearly as possible to customers that they can count on us. And so when I say below them, this is all the compute infrastructure that is below the model and also used both to train the models and to do the inferencing of the models. We have that. And so therefore, I wanted to make sure that they understood that come Monday, all that just doesn't disappear. And then around them was all these APIs. So this is how they were accessing these models, were through tools and technologies. And I wanted to assure them that that also is something that we have agency in and that we would be able to continue. And then above them were even the products that we were building, like Copilot, were also available. So my main purpose of stating that was because the question I think was even being asked of us, hey, what happens if OpenAI disappears? Will everything crumble? And I was just trying to reassure everyone that nothing untoward would happen, and that we would obviously have to go to work on this technology, but we have all the pieces, and that was why that statement.
What did that statement have to do with Microsoft's control over OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary?
It had nothing to do with control. It had to do with just the strategic partnership, which gave us the rights to the IP, but it is not about control.
Shifting topics, Mr. Nadella, and I want to refer back to your testimony from earlier about Mr. Musk never reaching out to contact you about the strategic partnership. I want to ask you about Microsoft's relationship with Mr. Musk's AI company, XAI. What is the relationship between Microsoft and XAI?
XAI is a partner of Microsoft's, and we have XAI models on our cloud as well. So, again, goes back to this core premise of Microsoft being a platform company. And so OpenAI and XAI and Anthropic all are obviously welcome, and we support them as first class.
I'd like to now show you Exhibit 1597, which has been stipulated for pre-admission. Mr. Nadella, what is Exhibit 1597?
This is me announcing that Grok 4, which is one of the models from XAI, is available on Microsoft Azure. And this is in September of 25. And then Elon sort of retweeting that and saying thanks.
Was this tweet before or after Mr. Musk sued Microsoft in this case?
I think it's after.
Why would Microsoft partner with a company whose owner was suing Microsoft?
To me, our core, again, ethos as a company is to be a good partner and a good platform company. And so we keep that as front and center, irrespective of what may be happening on the, on the side.
Before I sit down, Mr. Nadella, I want to come back to the strategic partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI. In your view, what has that partnership accomplished?
Yeah, I mean, first thing I'd say is I'm very proud of the fact that we took the risk when no one else was willing to sponsor this fledgling lab at that time that had an idea that this particular technology could make a real difference, and sponsored it, invested in it, sort of put our people to work on building the computing resource that created these models, that made products like ChatGPT and Copilot and others possible, and start, in fact, all the innovation that the industry has today. And, this is why students everywhere can now have personalized tutors, and doctors anywhere can spend more time with their patients versus paperwork, or us in the office can use these tools to get work done and remove drudgery. And so it's had a positive impact. And I'm also proud of the fact that all this success of OpenAI has also helped create one of the largest nonprofits in the world. And so both sides of it have been a good sort of testament to, the benefits of AI.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions at this time.
Ross? Mr. Mueller?
Morning. Morning, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Nadella. We just met for the first time out in the hallway, right?
Yes. Good morning.
Nice to see you again inside the courtroom. To be clear, you can tell the jury, your primary responsibility as the CEO of Microsoft is to the shareholders of Microsoft, right?
That's correct.
Okay, you have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value, correct?
That is correct.
That's because you're a for-profit corporation,
That
right?
is correct. That is correct.
Now, you yourself do serve on nonprofit boards, right?
Not currently, but I have served.
Have served on nonprofit, including the board of the University of Chicago.
Oh, that's right. I am on the trustees.
So you're currently.
I am currently a trustee.
Okay, one at a time. So he knows this, you may not. Question and answer, okay? We have a court reporter who has to type everything down. You may proceed.
You're currently a trustee
At the University of Chicago.
of the University of Chicago, which is a nonprofit, right?
That's right.
Okay. Does the University of Chicago provide training to its nonprofit board members on what it means to be a nonprofit board member?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. And your fiduciary duty to the nonprofit board, the University of Chicago, is to the mission of the University of Chicago, the nonprofit mission, right?
That is correct.
All right. You could not, for example, decide along with other directors, or excuse me, other trustees to just go off and sell buildings that the university owns and use that money for yourselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think nonprofit boards and management teams also have mechanisms to create for-profit entities or have other mechanisms to monetize any IP that comes out of a university so that it can benefit their mission ultimately.
Okay. That wasn't my question, but I do want to ask you something about your answer. You said to benefit their mission, right? Right?
Correct.
Because the for-profit's activities are subservient to the mission of the nonprofit, right?
That is correct.
It's essential, correct?
That's correct.
You knew Elon Musk by the time that you had become the CEO of Microsoft in 2014?
I did.
You admired his approach to building companies?
Yes, I did.
And you knew his views on AI safety, right?
I did.
He had very public views about AI safety risks back in 2015, didn't he?
No, I believe so, yeah.
You knew he was trying to get the government to regulate AI back then, is that right?
I'm not familiar with sort of specific things that he may have wanted the government to do, but I know that he was concerned about AI safety, and he also, I think, had deep concerns on AI being cornered by one company, and so therefore that's why he was, personally dedicating himself also to build AI.
And let me, if I may, put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 220, which has been, the parties have stipulated and maybe admitted into evidence. They publish it, thanks. On March 29th of 2015, Sam Altman sent you an email saying he and Elon Musk were drafting a letter to the US government asking them to establish a new regulatory agency for AI safety. Do you see that?
I see that.
You remember that?
I do.
Okay. You didn't sign the letter that he asked you about, did you?
That's correct.
But he was clear to you in there that Elon Musk and he were drafting that letter, right?
That's right.
I'm going to show you now Plaintiff's Exhibit 221, which the parties have stipulated may come into evidence. This is an email from you to Harry Shum.
Hold on.
So Nate Cullerton for the OpenAI defendants. This is one that we withdrew our objections on this morning, subject to a limiting instruction we discussed with counsel. I don't think it was ever entered this morning.
I see. All right. And what's the limiting instruction being requested?
Be a few of these. It's that the statements by Microsoft are not being offered against OpenAI in the documents.
Agreed.
Right.
So ordered.
This is an email from from you to Harry Shum, who is the head of Microsoft Research, and some other Microsoft employees, correct?
That's correct.
Dated December 12th of 2015, right?
Yes.
And your email contains a link to OpenAI's December 11th, 2015 launch blog post to the Microsoft employees. You see that?
I do.
The link itself contains the text, OpenAI is a nonprofit artificial intelligence group. Right?
I do.
And I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 17, which is already admitted in evidence. And this is the post at the link that you emailed around. And the first paragraph of that post says that OpenAI is a nonprofit artificial intelligence research company. Our goal is to advance digital intelligence in the way that it is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by a need to generate financial return. Since our research is free from financial obligations, we can better focus on a positive impact. Is that right?
That's right.
So very plainly states that OpenAI is a nonprofit. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And near the end of the blog post, if we can just go down, it notes that OpenAI's co-chairs are Sam Altman and Elon Musk, right?
Yes.
The next paragraph says, Sam, Greg, Elon, and others were donating to OpenAI. See that?
Yes.
So you believe that Elon was a donor to OpenAI at that time?
Yes.
Likely a major donor, right?
Yeah, I was not familiar with the details, but it states it clearly here.
And the Greg that's referred to as Greg Brockman, right?
That's right.
You don't know that he never donated any money to OpenAI, do you?
I don't know.
So you knew at that time that OpenAI was subject to all the obligations of nonprofits, right?
Yes.
We could take that down. Thank you. In 2016, Microsoft provided heavily discounted compute to OpenAI. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Let me show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 229, which is already admitted in evidence. And this is an email from Brett Tanzer, who is a senior executive at Microsoft, right?
That's correct.
To a number of people, including yourself, Amy Hood, who was Microsoft's CFO at the time.
She was.
And Kevin Scott, who was Microsoft's Chief Technology Officer or CTO at the time.
That's correct.
And those are both very senior executives at Microsoft, right?
That's right.
And in the presentation, Tanzer says the 2016 deal, I'm sorry, I should note that this is dated January 12th of 2018.
That's
okay?
right.
So up to this point in time, there had been some relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft, right?
That's correct.
Primarily in the provision of compute, right?
That's right.
So in 2018, he's writing you saying the 2016 deal, where they agreed to pay $10 million for 60 million in Azure services was projected at a $15 million loss over 3 years. So he's telling you that this is not a financially successful endeavor at this point, right?
Yeah, our first phase of the OpenAI partnership was when we were essentially giving them discounted in Azure and credits in Azure so that they could pursue their mission and we would get some marketing benefits. So that was the fundamental construct.
Okay. And when he's referring to Azure services, that's compute, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, this email contained a presentation, and if we can, on page 12, you see it says 229.12. The very first paragraph describes OpenAI as a nonprofit with the mission to benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by the need to generate financial return. You see that?
I see that.
The second bullet mentions, this is the first individual mentioned on the page. It says Elon Musk, founder of Tesla, and Sam Altman, president of Y Combinator, are founders and co-chairs of OpenAI. Do you see that?
I do.
And then on the next slide, there is a slide that says benefits to Microsoft. This is on page 13. I think we're on page 14. There we are. And under benefits to Microsoft, the first bullet says the deal is a unique opportunity for Microsoft to attach and support high-profile, non-profit organization driving innovation in the AI segment. Not many deals or opportunities like this, right?
I do.
So he's calling out to you that this is a special opportunity to deal with a nonprofit, and that Elon Musk is a major force behind it, right?
Yeah, this is, as I said before, the phase of OpenAI where they were looking for credits from CSPs, and we were one such.
If we go to page 15, he mentions that Microsoft is expected to lose $15 million in offering OpenAI compute at the discount. But he says we would need to believe that the intangible benefits are worth $15 million. And then he gives a calculation. Do you know what he meant by intangible benefits? Or what did you understand him to mean? Excuse me. That's a better question.
I think mostly try to model out any marketing benefits that come from having OpenAI use Azure.
And you thought that the loss of the $15 million was worth it for the marketing benefits to Microsoft at that time, right?
Yeah, I mean, the overall quantum of investment here, which is pretty substantial, but made more past muster along the lines of a marketing investment versus a significant compute investment.
Okay, so we could take that down. Just going back a little bit in time, so a little bit before that, Elon had called you to ask for more compute for OpenAI, didn't he?
Yeah, so we had first started, I think that we were probably the first ones to give them credits. That's what they used in some of their game playing things, like Dota 2, I think, was on Azure. And then they left Azure, and I think they went to Google. And then subsequently, also, I think they looked to compute resources from us. So it was sort of a period of time where OpenAI was shopping around.
I'm going to show you what's marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 228, which has been stipulated by the parties that it may be admitted to evidence. May I ask him here?
It is.
Okay. So this is an email from Elon Musk to you, and it's copying Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, Ilya Sutskever, Sam Teller. I think Sam Altman appears twice. And if we start from the bottom, this is an email from you dated August 11th, 2017, where you write, just wanted to pass on my congrats on the win today, Satya. What were you congratulating them on? Do you recall?
I think that this is that Dota 2 championship, which was a milestone on, I think, reinforcement learning that they had.
And Altman replies, "Thank you. We really appreciate the partnership with you guys." And Elon responds to that and says, "Indeed, much appreciated. We'll make sure people know about Microsoft's help."
I see that, yeah.
Okay. And what did you understand that to mean?
I think this is, all to the point of Microsoft was partnering with them, and they would let the people know that they're using Azure.
So at this time, it was still sort of a marketing opportunity for Microsoft to support the nonprofit, right?
That is correct.
All right. Microsoft then requested some additional discounted compute from, OpenAI requested some additional discounted compute from Microsoft that would have been about $150 million, right?
I don't have the details, but I think I'll take your word for it, yeah.
Okay. And at that point in time, you didn't think that 15 million was okay as a loss, but 150 million wasn't something that you thought would be as attractive, right?
Yeah, along those lines. Yeah, in that time, I think once the compute bill started going up, we were not comfortable thinking of it as a marketing expense. And so I think that that's the time when they went to Google, I'm assuming.
But just to be clear, this is when you said enough with the charity and on with the business, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay. We are a for-profit company, as you mentioned, and we definitely support nonprofits as appropriately. And in this context, quite frankly, we were thinking of this as I said, a marketing benefit that we could get by supporting OpenAI.
Okay. One moment. We're not done.
We have 3 minutes before the break.
I'm sorry?
3 minutes before the break.
Okay. I'm going to show you plaintiff's exhibit 230. And this was an email.
Excuse me, sorry. Same objection and request for limiting instruction as before.
No objection.
That's fine. So this is only against Microsoft, not OpenAI, and it's admitted.
Okay. And this is an email from Brett Tanzer to you dated March 7th of 2018. And in it, he tells you that OpenAI was planning to launch a new commercial venture. You see that?
I see that.
And that was based on Sam Altman reaching out to him yesterday in anticipation of a call with you. Do you recall?
I do.
All right. Do you recall having that call with Sam Altman?
I don't specifically recall the call, but this, I think, ultimately led to Sam sending me mail about them creating that for-profit entity and obviously the subsequent conversations around it.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you have Mr. Scott speak with Sam Altman to gather information about an investment?
Yeah, Kevin, yes.
And then in 2019, Microsoft did invest $1 billion, right?
That is correct.
And that was with a fixed cap return on that investment, right?
That is correct.
And then in 2021, Microsoft invested $2 billion, right?
That is correct.
And that also was with a fixed cap return, correct?
That is correct.
This would be a convenient time to break.
Okay. All right. So we'll have our first break. I'll stand in recess for 20 minutes. All right. So please stand for the jury.
Ms. Rice for the jury. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Nadella, during this break, you're currently on cross-examination, which means that you cannot speak to your lawyers or anybody else about your testimony or anything to do with this case. I'm sure you're very busy. Go take care of other matters, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. All right. Are there other exhibits so that we don't have to have interruptions that should be admitted at this point? And if you'll state your name for the record.
Nate Cullerton for the OpenAI defendants. Thank you, Your Honor.
Other exhibits.
So the others that we'd request a limiting instruction we discussed with counsel this morning to the extent they come up. Is that better?
Sure.
Okay. It's PX 247, PX 259, PX 261, PX 263, PX 267, PX 275, PX 281, PX 316, PX 317, and PX 322. We had offered to the other side that they wanted to agree to sort of a blanket limiting instruction on these so that it didn't have to be done each time. We'd be fine with that as well.
Your Honor, just to be clear, we're fine with those documents not coming in against OpenAI to the extent they have Microsoft content in them. Some of those emails also have statements by Sam Altman or other statements by OpenAI. So we just want to make sure that the limiting instruction only relates to things said by Microsoft and not things said by Mr. Altman or by OpenAI.
Okay.
No objection to that.
So all of those documents are admitted with the requested limiting instructions. The problem is that I'm not going to micromanage that for you. So you're going to have to speak up, and you're going to have to look at the documents as they come in and let me know, because you should understand those documents and I've not seen them. Just speak up when you speak into the mic. You're mumbling over there and we cannot hear you.
I will speak up, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, before we move on, we have three of those documents very similar to Microsoft, where they're both documents containing statements from OpenAI and documents containing statements from Microsoft. The three documents, two of them have already been mentioned, 259 and 261. The other is PX 320, and we would just request a similar limiting instruction and that the statements by OpenAI in those documents are not admissions by Microsoft. And of course, we will police this and raise that when those documents are used.
And Your Honor, actually, this one we have a different position on. We don't think the limiting instruction is appropriate because in those three documents, even the statements that are made by Mr. Altman are plan or intent statements. Two of these are email exchanges where Mr. Altman shares his future plans for OpenAI commercialization. And so we think that's squarely Rule 8033. The third document that Mr. Gerada mentioned was the so-called board picking texts where Mr. Nadella and Mr. Altman run through the list of candidates and Microsoft either approves or vetoes them. We think that document too clearly comes in against Microsoft.
You need to stop. It would have been better to tee these things up over the weekend so we weren't doing them on the fly. My staff needs a break, so we'll stand in recess and I'm going to sit right here and you all don't leave until I figure this out. We'll stand in recess.
Court is in recess.
I don't.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I inquire about one thing? We have a witness binder of our cross exhibits for Mr. Nadella. We would be willing to share it with the bench, but we don't want to share it with opposing counsel. Would Your Honor like a copy?
Sure. We'll put this stuff on the record later. I'm looking at 257. That's only Microsoft, right? Or I'm sorry, 259.
So, Your Honor, if you look at the bottom of the email chain in PX 259, it's an email from Mr. Altman to Microsoft. And the limiting instruction would only pertain.
Just hold on. Okay, but this is what I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell, are these all emails? Are all of these documents emails?
So the three contested documents, there are two emails. There's that one there. There's 259 and 261. And then the third document is the board picking texts. That's EX 320. Those are the
322 before. Is it 320 or 322?
320. 320 is the board picking text. 322 is the intelligencer article. But that's that Your Honor's already ruled on and excluded, is my understanding.
All right, and I see Altman on the last page of 261.
Correct, Your Honor.
And then 320. Okay, these are between Microsoft and Altman.
Correct, Your Honor.
So it could be used as against both.
That's our position, Your Honor, yes.
Do you all have a different position?
The only position we had was that the specific text from Mr. Altman should not be considered as admissions by Microsoft.
And vice versa.
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we disagree with that because, for example, the board picking texts are explicitly about who is going to be appointed to the board. So it's all plan or intent. It's 8033 evidence. And so we think it should come in against both of them.
I'll read them.
Thank you.
And to be clear, Your Honor, we're not objecting to the evidence coming in. It's just that Mr. Altman stated.
If he accepts them, though, then they can be used. That is, if I say, do you agree with me that it's not sunny outside, and you say yes, then it can be used against you.
We agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you disagree?
That is another reason to put them in. And yet a third one, Your Honor, too, is that the fact that the statements were made comes in against Microsoft because, for example, in the board picking texts, it's our position that that was highly irregular for a nonprofit to involve a for-profit in selecting its board members. And so the fact that the statements are being made should come in against both parties, even if they don't come in for the truth.
All right, I'll go take a look.
Thank you.
And you all make notes about what you want to put on the record at the end of the day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I just note that, I'm sorry, we do have Dr. Sutskever coming up as the next witness, I understand. So I wanted to re-raise the issue of the adversity.
I will put this more on the record. If you ask them in advance,
My understanding is we did not ask, Your Honor.
party to the case. Foundation. Otherwise, it should be open. And I'll put my reasons on the record later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We do have a pending objection to one of the exhibits they plan to introduce through Dr. Sutzkever. I don't know if they're still planning to do it, but I just wanted to note that. PX 300, which is a memorandum that Dr. Sutzkever conveyed to other board members.
Yeah, this is the so-called Altman memo, Your Honor, in which Mr. Sutzkever set out his grounds for removing Mr. Altman from the board. That was then communicated to the board and relied upon by them as the basis for firing him. Thank you.
Our objection is just that this is hearsay laden with, management discussions concerning individuals.
It's a party opponent statement, Your Honor. At the time, Mr. Sutzkever was a board member of OpenAI. This was clearly within the scope of his employment, so it's a party opponent statement. Thank you.
Your Honor, may we have it as a limiting instruction, not for the truth?
No, Your Honor, it does come in for its truth.
Your Honor, for that same exhibit, I'm so sorry. We have agreed to a limiting instruction as to Microsoft.
And that's consented to, Your Honor. Sorry, we lost part of the room. No, this time I will let it left on the side. During the period you were a director. During the period. Google awkward. Google. During the period you. During the period.
Meeting is out to order. Court is back in session.
Okay, we're back on the record. The record will reflect that the jury is not here on that last document. I agree with plaintiffs. It comes in as against both sets of defendants.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Before the jury's called back in, the plaintiffs just wanted to inquire about some questions they were planning to ask of Mr. Nadella in view of Your Honor's ruling this morning about the limits on our ability to go into the 2025 restructuring.
Mr. Mullen. Everybody can be seated. Clear. This was not supposed to be a major part of this trial.
I understand.
That's what you represented.
Yes.
And that's what I agreed to.
Yes.
And despite your colleagues' view, people, as you have done, set forth their theme and theory before you get to court on day one. Trial lawyers know that.
Yes.
That is like trial law 101.
I agree.
So we all relied on that. and we are not changing course.
I agree.
You can ask a couple of questions, and that's it.
I intend to ask them about that they have rights to AGI and that there are no caps.
It cannot be, no, it can't, that's fine.
That's
It
it.
cannot be a major issue.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm going to let the defendants get into very high-level bullet points in response.
Yep, I mean, that's it.
So you're going to be able, Mr. Savitt, to do that on your side. High-level bullet points, but we are not litigating what the attorneys generals did. Okay?
There's one other question I have, though. So is the witness in?
No,
I'm sorry?
he's not. Oh, he is. Well, what do you have?
There's an issue about they exercised their major decision rights at the time of the negotiation of the 2025 transaction.
No.
This is under the 2023 agreement, the rights that they got under the 2023 agreement, they exercise them. That's all. I want to be clear what I'm doing. This is 2023 rights they had. They exercised those rights.
Which one?
It's called major decision rights, the rights that they had to approve or to go along with the recapitalization. They had that right, and they exercised it before there's a recapitalization.
Your Honor, the only reason those major rights would be relevant here would be if the 2025 agreement was a violation of the charitable trust. And for that reason, we believe that your ruling this morning would preclude that line of testimony. Microsoft has no objections to him asking about the caps being removed or AGI.
I don't think we need it. So,
I mean, I'll ask the question to you, and if you think it's a
no,
problem.
you're not even going to ask the question.
Okay.
So we're not going to do it. We're not, I don't want to open the door, and that comes too close. So no, don't do it. All right, Mr. Clinton, get our jury.
Yes, Your
Honor. Mr. Nadella, come on forward, come back to the stand. Are they ready or not? And they're waiting at the door. They understand how this works.
Yes.
Okay, moment.
Remain standing for the jury.
Irene, you're okay. Did we get the monitor to work? Okay, great. So the monitor is now working. All right. Okay, you may all be seated. The record will reflect the jury is back with us. The witness still on the stand. Mr. Nadella, you're reminded you're still under oath.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay, Mr. Nadella, I just asked you about the $1 billion transaction and the $2 billion transaction. That's where we left off. I'm now going to ask you about the $10 billion transaction in 2023. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. So by 2023, Microsoft had actually invested a total of $13 billion in the OpenAI for profit, right?
That's right.
All right. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 259. This is an email from you to several people with Microsoft addresses there. John, looks like Tinter. I'm sorry, it may have gotten blocked out. Dave O'Hara, Michael Wetter, and you're copying Kevin Scott and Amy Hood. Those first group of people that you're sending this to, who are those people?
John Tinter leads business development. Dave O'Hara worked in our finance department, and Michael Wetter was our corp dev.
Okay. And so you say here the goal.
Need to just for a moment. So there's a set of these emails. The way the code of evidence works is that when they're among the one defendant, here Microsoft, those can be admitted as against that defendant. their admissions because they said it, so to speak. When it's OpenAI people, then it's admitted against OpenAI, but not vice versa unless they're both on. So it's a little bit complicated, but you have to just remember that when it's them, it's admitted against them, not the other one, and vice versa, or both if they're all together, okay? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is in anticipation of doing the $10 billion investment, right?
That is correct.
All right. It's April of 2022. And you say, and these are your thoughts, I take it because it's from you. Here are some top of mind thoughts. Kevin should feel free to add or edit. And the very first point you say, I don't want to be IBM and OpenAI to be Microsoft. Because it's an inside Microsoft joke, or maybe you could just explain what you meant by that.
Yeah, I basically was saying that we were outsourcing essentially a lot of the core IP development and taking a massive dependency on OpenAI. And so the fundamental construct when we first invested the $1 billion or the $2 billion, and definitely with the $10 billion, was going to be the IP element of it. And so I just wanted to make sure that both the IP transfer was happening and then we had real agency in the know-how that needs to be gained along with the IP.
I'm going to talk to you about the IP in just 1 minute, but what I want to focus on now is where it says, I don't want to be IBM and OpenAI to be Microsoft. Let me just ask you if this is just my conjecture. Do you mean that IBM had control of Microsoft through some licensing agreements early on, and then Microsoft was able to separate itself from IBM and became much more prominent than IBM, right?
That was not the thing that I was referencing, which is mostly I wanted to make sure that we were not slipping into a situation where we were doing these deals without making sure that the IP side of it in particular, it was not just a financial side, but the IP side was not working in a way that Microsoft had its own self-sufficiency.
So just to go back to my question, though, I understand what your answer is, but my question was, IBM and Microsoft had a relationship, and Microsoft sort of outgrew IBM eventually in that relationship because they were able to separate themselves from that relationship. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Over.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with separation. It had to do with basically context for me, making sure that Microsoft was benefiting from the IP rights we had, because that's what happened even in the case of IBM and Microsoft to me, which is the big lesson learned for me was as long as the two companies worked together on one product and both sides worked together, it was great. And when they didn't, it didn't work. So that's what I wanted to make sure.
Okay. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I just would appreciate if you'd answer my question. There was a relationship early in Microsoft's existence that it had with IBM, right?
That is correct.
All right. And eventually Microsoft grew to be a much more prominent and important corporation than IBM, correct?
That's right.
All right. So you do say here at the table point, now I want to ask you about IP. You say in return, full IP rights and also need to embed our folks across every layer of the stack. So by saying you need full IP rights, that meant that you didn't have the full IP rights at that point in time, right?
No, we had all the IP rights, and this is mostly me making sure that we have even the people embedded across the stack. I forget now whether we had the people across the stack or not, but overall, as we were now increasing our level of investment, and it was a one-way door, right? Because again, it goes back to, it's not like I can build two supercomputers, one for Microsoft, one for OpenAI. We had to build one, allocate it to OpenAI. And so at this point, it is becoming even more core that we, and important that we had real agency on every layer of the stack.
So your testimony is that at the time of this email, you had the full IP rights?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we had basically access to IP, and we just needed to make sure that the IP access came with even the know-how, and that's where this embedded engineers comes from.
Let me show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 261, which is subject to the same.
Same instruction that I gave you just a minute ago. Go ahead.
And this is 261, please. This is, oh yeah, an email, okay, between from you to Amy Hood and several others at Microsoft dated July 11th and July 13th of 2022. So this is 3 months after the email that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
And if you go down, you say, overall, I want us to own the silicon, infra, foundational model IP, and know-how. And you say, right now, we are a very, like, top of the data. And all IP is with OpenAI. See that?
The know-how is
okay. No, that's not what it says, sir. I'm just answering what it says.
I'm telling you,
it says. You're just going to get to ask you all the questions you want. It says all the IP is with OpenAI, right? Correct?
I'm going to explain to you. So
I'm just asking you, is that what it says?
It says that's what that sentence says, but it's not what the previous sentence says.
Okay. And you're a serious man. You don't waste the time of your other senior executives, do you?
I don't.
Okay. So after that, you go on to say, in that same paragraph, but if we are going to spend this kind of money and not have control of our destiny, it makes no sense, right?
That's correct.
And that's what you got in the 2023 deal, right?
We had this even in the earlier deals, and I just wanted to make sure, by the time we're doubling down and putting 10 more billion, that we really were executing to make sure that the rights were really benefiting us.
Even though you said that in July of 2022, all the IP is with OpenAI, right?
I said in the sentence earlier, it's mostly, I was worried about the know-how.
Okay. It doesn't say know-how. It says all the IP is with OpenAI, right?
That sentence says that. The previous sentence is the know-how.
Let me show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 267. And this is a memo dated January 11th of 2023 from to the board of directors, and it's from you, Brad Smith. Brad Smith was your general counsel, your most senior lawyer in the company, right?
Yes, he is.
Amy Hood, Kevin Scott, Dave O'Hara. And the subject is OpenAI strategic investment and partnership, summary of key terms. I believe this is admitted, Your Honor.
It is.
Okay. The memo summarizes the proposed terms of the 2023 deal with the $10 billion investment, right?
That's right.
And through its investments, during the course of these investments, Microsoft obtained what are called major decision rights. Is that right?
I'm sure you're going to show that to me, yeah.
Okay. You're correct. I am going to show it to you. That's what it is right there. But I'll show you something else. If we go to page 4, it talks about the actual financial terms of the deal. And it talks about...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, the record, I want to check, make sure she's okay. The record will reflect that one of the jurors needed to leave the courtroom. Okay, so while we're waiting, let's go to another picture. So right above your heads here, the second one for me, that's Judge Sandra Armstrong. Judge Sandra Armstrong was our first female Black jurist in this district. And she used to sit in this courtroom. This is the courtroom she used for most of her tenure. She was on the Oakland Police Commission, I believe. So she was kind of grew up in this area. And while being a federal judge, she went back and got her master's in divinity, which was pretty interesting. The next picture, that's Judge Claudia Wilkin. She was chief judge for a short period of time. But if you like sports, she was the judge that presided over all of the NCAA antitrust cases. So, okay. Are you okay? All right. That's okay. No worries. Yeah, so we do a lot of antitrust law in this district, and you can hate NIL, you can love NIL, but it all goes back to Judge Wilkin. All right. You may proceed.
Okay. So if we're at page 4, this is part of that same memo to the board of directors, right?
That is right.
Okay. And it shows that the target redemption amount, this is the expected return on investment, correct?
That's right, I think.
All right. Your job as a CEO, as you said, was to maximize shareholder value, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that generally means driving the best deal that you can in any business deal Microsoft does, correct?
That's correct.
So in this deal, as you're explaining to the board of directors how the $10 billion investment would work, you show them in the left-hand column there, Microsoft proposed investment, it says 10 billion. And then beneath that, so it's a pro forma Microsoft TRA, and that's 13 billion. So that reflects the 10 billion plus the 2 that you did in 2021 and the 1 billion you did in 2019, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were projecting that you're going to get a return of $92 billion on a $13 billion investment, right?
That's correct.
Not bad.
Yeah, if it all worked out, if it was risk-free.
Understand? That's what business is, though, right?
That's right.
And you wouldn't have taken the risk if you didn't think it was going to work out.
No, you take risk that, you take both investment risk and R&D risk and know that some of these risks will not work out.
But you wouldn't propose this to the board of directors if you thought this was just some shot in the dark, right?
For sure not.
Okay. And so one thing that isn't on the chart, but is in the fine print, is in the footnote, it says that the last sentence says also, the values are limited and do not reflect the impact of inflation. So there was some kind of an inflation adjustment, which would mean that you would get more than the 92 billion, right?
That's correct.
And then it also says the values are subject to a 20% increase annually after each full year beginning in 2025, right?
That's correct.
So, and once that 20% increase kicks in, you would double the TRA in less than 4 years, right?
That's correct.
So the 92 billion turns into 184 billion in as soon as 4 years.
That's correct.
So the chart that you did, it had with your lawyer, that you put up, you had sort of overview of Microsoft OpenAI strategic partnership. I took it and took the liberty of writing on it to create my own chart. It's your chart with one addendum to it if I put it down there. If you really wanted to be accurate here, and you're saying that, can we go back to the chart? You're saying OpenAI gets $13 billion in funding, right? And you talk, you don't match up the 13 billion with the financial results. They're actually at opposite ends of the chart, but it's neither here nor there. But if you go over to what Microsoft gets for providing the 13 billion in funding, it gets the $92 billion pro forma TRA, but that value does not reflect the inflation adjustments. I just took the words from the footnote. And it's also not subject to the 20% increase after each full year beginning in 2025, right?
Yeah, if you want to write it this way, you should write it 92 or 0 or negative because we would have put a lot of investment.
But that's not how it worked out, has it?
It's not worked
It's
out.
worked out very well. It's worked out very, very, very well for Microsoft, hasn't it?
Because we were the only ones who took the risk.
My question, sir, it's worked out very well for you, right?
It has worked out well because we took the risk.
And you took the risk knowing that it was a prudent risk because you wouldn't take a prudent risk as a prudent man and advise your board of directors to do so, would you?
That definitely is the case, but business is about taking risk, and then if your risk works, you get a return.
Couldn't agree more, but your fiduciary duty is to your shareholders and to maximizing return. So you weren't going to take $13 billion and go to Las Vegas with it and put it on a blackjack number, were you?
It's argumentative.
All right. You weren't going to take $13 billion and do something imprudent with it, would you? Okay. So your investment of $13 billion was, in your judgment and the judgment of your senior management, extremely prudent.
At the same time, I would say there was a risk that it could go to 0.
Wasn't my question. Wasn't my question.
There is a calculated risk
that you and your senior management deemed to be prudent, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we go back to the agreement. You also got, we could take this down, access to all of OpenAI's technology created before the 2023 deal and up to the time that AGI was declared. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And you also got exclusive rights to commercialize the intellectual property, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you got the right to embed, that means have them go work there, 20 full-time Microsoft employees across OpenAI in the first 3 years, right?
That's correct.
But possibly more, right? Because if you look at the next bullet, it says remainder of term, the greater of 20 FTE full-time equivalent, I guess, engineers, or 10% of OpenAI's engineering population, right?
That's correct.
So 1 out of 10 engineers at OpenAI was actually going to be a Microsoft employee, right?
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to show you, first of all, ChatGPT was released in November of 2022, and that was a huge success, right?
That's correct.
You pushed Sam Altman to introduce a paid version of ChatGPT?
You're saying I pushed Sam Altman. I think the OpenAI was trying to monetize. I mean, they had launched ChatGPT, and we had launched Bing with GPT models as well. And both of us were trying to figure out what's the right monetization. And so, yes, I mean, both sides were interested in commercializing it.
Okay. I'm going to show you plaintiffs' exhibits 269, 270, and 272, which are text chains. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about each of these. So if we go to 269 first, these are all stipulated to, Judge.
You may.
On the January 14th of 2023, you asked Altman when OpenAI will start its paid subscription to ChatGPT. You see that?
I see.
All right. And if we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 270, the very next day you told him the sooner the better getting paid Chat GPT subscription set up, correct?
Yep.
And in 272, you texted him again on January 29th, asking how many subscriptions, I don't know if it's subscriptions or subscribers, SUBS, okay, were added to ChatGPT, and you were only asking about subscriptions that OpenAI could charge for, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask you about Altman getting fired. The nonprofit fired him for lying on November 17th of 2023, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Latham Foundation.
So I was
No, there's no question. Okay. Pending. Latham Foundation.
You had a belief as to the reasons he was fired, right?
Whenever I've asked explicitly why Sam was fired, they never gave me, any board member, that a specific reason, and so therefore that's why I wanted to find out. In fact, the first thing I tried to focus my efforts on was to find out what was the cause, whether there was some financial issue or any other ethical issue, and I just never got any clarity from anybody on that. And so that's one of the fundamental reasons why I got comfortable of making sure that I could, continue to work with Sam even if he left OpenAI.
Was that important to you?
It was absolutely important to me.
You had to be comfortable?
Yeah.
And so you did what you could do to determine why he was fired and never got a good answer, right?
Right.
All right. Did the thought occur to you that because they were firing the CEO, OpenAI the board might actually issue a public statement about why they fired him?
They did.
Okay, and on November 17th of 2023, I want to go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 305. If you go to the second page, and this is I believe this is stipulated to the admissibility. The second paragraph. This is an announcement that they posted on their website, didn't they?
That's correct.
All right. And in it, the second paragraph says, Mr. Altman's departure follows a deliberative review process by the board, which concluded that he was not consistently candid in his communications with the board, hindering its ability to exercise its responsibility. The board has confidence in his ability to continue leading OpenAI. You see that?
I do.
Pretty definitive statement as to why they fired him, correct?
Yep.
It would be unacceptable for any Microsoft executive to be anything other than fully candid with Microsoft's board of directors, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
In fact, you'd fire somebody if you found out that they were being consistently not candid with the board of directors, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
You'd probably throw them out that very day that you found out, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
Because candor to the board is critical to the proper operation of an organization, right?
That's correct.
You told Sam Altman, well, first of all, Sam Altman called you, right?
I think either I called him or he called me after I talked to Mira.
But you spoke to him right away, right? I mean, spoke to him that day, November 17th.
That's correct.
All right. And you told me immediately that you support him, right?
At that time, actually, I was trying to figure out exactly what happened. He was also pretty shell-shocked on that Friday. I think it was much more in Saturday, probably, when the entire thing started turning towards a bunch of employee petitions. Really, the focus at that point, I think Sam had, was to create a new company.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking, sir. Yeah. So go faster if you just answer my questions.
Sure.
You spoke with Sam Altman Friday, November 17th, right?
Yep, I did.
And you spoke also with Mira Muladi and Ilya Sutskever and Adam D'Angelo that day, right?
I did.
Those were all board members that voted in favor of firing him, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Mira was on the board, but I think Ilya and Adam were.
I stand corrected, Ilya and Adam.
Yep.
By the way, did they tell you, hey, check out the website? Gives the reason?
Yeah, I mean, they said the same, Ilya in particular said the same expression, but then I asked, what does that mean? Giving you some more depth on it, and there was none.
That wasn't my question. The next question is, that next day, Microsoft actually did paperwork the very next day to create a subsidiary that would absorb not just Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, but other other OpenAI employees, didn't it?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 311. And this is stipulated subject to that same limiting instruction, Your Honor, I believe. You had ideas about how to get Altman reinstated to OpenAI, right?
I had ideas about Sam being reinstated in OpenAI. No, I had ideas about making sure Sam, Greg, and the team can join Microsoft if they were not going to be reinstated.
Okay. And by Saturday, this is from your general counsel, right?
That's right.
I'm sorry, you're saying here's from Brad.
Right.
Okay. And you're responding to Altman's email to you where he says, hi, Satya, can you share with Sam that if it's needed, we'll have a new subsidiary opened on Monday. We did all the legal work today, so the papers will be filed. So your general counsel was telling you that between Friday and actually the next day, that they had a new company so that by the time the market opened on Monday, he doesn't use that term, but by the time the market opened on Monday, all the legal work would be done, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And having it done by the time the market opened was a value, wasn't it?
That's correct.
All right. And you either wanted Altman back at OpenAI by Monday, or you wanted Altman working for a Microsoft subsidiary by Monday, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was only in control of what I can do with Microsoft. So I wanted to make sure that Sam and Greg and the team had a place at Microsoft, because I didn't want them to go create a separate company or the employees to get picked off by these recruiters.
So on Sunday night, the board, though, appointed this different CEO, right?
That's right. So they transitioned from Mira to Emmett. Yeah.
Okay. And let me show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 317. This is a tweet from you, isn't it? Dated November 20th, time stamped 2:53 a.m. So that's 2:53 a.m. Sunday morning, I guess? Monday morning?
That's correct.
All right. And in your tweet, you tell everyone on Twitter, at least, we're extremely excited to share the news that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, together with colleagues, will be joining Microsoft to lead a new advanced AI research team. Who were those colleagues?
I don't have the list. I mean, I don't remember all the folks, but these are the folks who had left with Sam and Greg. And we wanted to make sure that there was a home for them at Microsoft. And this is something that, by the way, I mentioned to Emmett and Adam and the board when I talked to them as well.
You told them that you would hire all of the OpenAI employees if they wanted to come to Microsoft, right?
That is correct.
All right. And of course, that news would have a destabilizing effect on OpenAI. You know that as a leader, don't you?
They were, by this time, I think it was even clear to both Emmett and the OpenAI board, as well as the OpenAI employees, that it's, they were going to, if people were going to leave OpenAI, I wanted to make sure that they came to Microsoft, and I was very, very clear about that.
Okay, and you were willing to actually match the compensation of all the OpenAI employees in coming to Microsoft, right?
That is correct.
And that would have cost around $25 billion?
I don't have the numbers, but I'm sure you have an exhibit on that.
Well, I have your deposition. Will you accept the fact that it was?
Yep, I'll take that.
Billion with a B. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 318. These are texts between you, Sam Altman, and OpenAI Chief Operating Officer Brad Lightcap, dated November 20th of 2023, excuse me. And Sam asks Brad, can you confirm to Satya how much equity we would need to issue to employees in total dollar value? And Brad responds, Satya, depending on how Ilya's equity is accounted for, OpenAI employee vehicle would require $25 billion if Ilya has no equity, or $20 billion if he retains his vested rights, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 306, which is already admitted. And these are texts between you and Mira Murati, dated also November 20th of 2023. And in this text, Ms. Murati says, Microsoft has assured that there are positions for all OpenAI employees with the same compensation at this new subsidiary should we choose to join. And you respond over on the right side, so sorry about levels right, correct?
That's correct.
You were asked about this Intelligencer article, and you were interviewed by a woman named Kara Swisher, right?
That's correct.
Your lawyer asked you a question about what it meant to be asked. We're above them, we're around them, we're below them. And you were referring only to technology?
That's correct.
So she actually asked you, when she asked you about what all this meant for for Microsoft, at one point you told her, we have the people, we have the compute, we have the data, we have everything.
That's
right. You said that to her.
That's correct.
You didn't just say we have the technology, did you?
Yeah, we had the compute, the data, and the people to take the technology.
You said to her, I just want to be sure that we're in agreement that you said, we have the people, we have the compute, we have the data, we have everything. Did you say that to her?
I did.
Okay. And she also said, she'd asked you about where does that stand? You'd invested $13 billion, and we told her, and that gives us significant rights, as I said. And also this thing is not hands-off, right? Where? So we are below them, above them, and around them, right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 316, which has been stipulated as admissible. It's an email chain between you and several Microsoft executives from November 18th through November 20th of 26. Is that right?
That's correct.
I think the phrase you used, you said over the weekend you were trying to keep the band together.
That's right.
Said? Right. Well, you're doing a heck of a lot more than trying to keep the band together, weren't you?
Please explain.
You were helping Altman constitute a new board that he would control, didn't you?
No, that's not the goal I had. The goal I had was a set of board members who can then make sure that OpenAI continues to thrive and not have a crisis where the entire company is leaving them and I'm having to do all this work.
So you, the CEO of a for-profit whose duty is to maximize shareholder value for your shareholders, who is in a investment arrangement with a non-profit, a for-profit subsidiary whose mission is to further the mission of its nonprofit, right? You are helping them, directors that would be favorable to Microsoft, weren't you?
Not favorable to Microsoft, to make sure that OpenAI had a board that could be in control of the OpenAI mission and support the OpenAI management team they wanted. And I just wanted stability in OpenAI.
So, like, control the mission. How many directors did you propose that came from a strong safety background?
AI safety, you mean?
Yes, AI safety. I'm not talking about fire safety.
I propose mostly general business leaders and people with standing in the for-profit or non-profit board. So I was not asked, I didn't think that the challenge was safety. The challenge was just thinking about what it means to ensure that the OpenAI board had the right sort of maturity to make sure that OpenAI doesn't blow up.
The answer is none, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the board members who favored safety, who were most vocal about safety on the OpenAI board, were Helen Toner and Tasha McCauley, right?
I believe so. I don't know them.
They were forced off the board shortly after Sam was reinstated, weren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah, because they were the ones that were involved in, along with others, voting that Sam should be terminated because he lied to them about safety and other things, right?
Objection, Your Honors.
I hadn't.
So there's an objection. There's not enough foundation for that question.
Okay. I'm going to, we could put up 316 again. Go to page 5. In this email on November 18th, so this is Saturday, you're telling from you to Frank Shaw, Brad Smith, Amy Hood, Kevin Scott, you say the place where the POD, that's the board of directors, OpenAI board of directors?
That's correct.
Is stuck is the composition of the new board. That is what I'm trying to get them to decide, right?
That's correct.
Then if we go to Exhibit 313, which I think is also subject to that same limiting instruction, and we go to the first page. This is a text chain, which includes text messages between you and Sam Altman. And you say that Brett says Tasha and Adam, Brett, Satya, Tasha, and Adam here, Brett and Satya and I just texted, we raised stability net right now for this temporary board configuration and don't think adding someone new that we don't know makes sense. And then you respond, I believe that's right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you were solving to find somebody that you knew rather than necessarily the person who might be best, correct?
Yeah, at this point, I think the challenge was Sam was not going to go back and they wanted Sam back. And so they needed to get to some agreement that made sense. And so that's what I was trying to seek.
And you didn't want to add board members that you or Altman didn't know.
Or had confidence that they can be great board members.
All right. I'm going to direct you to Notice Exhibit 320, which is a text chain of messages between you, Sam Altman, Kevin Scott, and Brad Smith. It's dated November 21st of 2023, so it's the beginning of the next week. I've counted them. There's 78 messages here. Will you accept my representation? They're also in your book there, I think.
Okay.
Okay. And if we go to a message further down, Altman proposes Diane Green. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And your response to Diane Green is no, correct?
That's correct.
So you, the CEO of the for-profit, is telling Altman and the others on the text chain that Diane Green, as a director of the nonprofit, is a no, right?
That's correct.
All right. And if you go on to the next page, the next slide, excerpt, you suggest, okay, can we go to the next, please? Thank you. Okay. Diane Green is there, suggested, and the response there from Kevin Scott, you can see his name at the very top, is strong no, strong no. And then if you go over to where he says, to you on the right-hand side, where it says liked. So I guess there was a thumbs up or some emoji or something, but liked strong no. So you are agreeing to veto the suggestion of Diane Green, right?
That's correct.
And then you suggested Sue Desmond Hellman?
That's correct.
And Sue Desmond Hellman is actually on the board now, right?
I believe so, yeah.
In the end, you actually approved Larry Summers going on the board, right?
That's correct.
To show you highlighted from this text, the yellow highlighting here is going to show there were 14 names in total proposed by everyone on this chain. All right? I'm going to ask you to go through that, but will you accept my representation that that's the case?
I will.
And then I'm going to show you now in pink. You actually rejected two of those names, Diane Green and right?
That's right.
And then I'm going to show you in green that you and Mr. Scott and Mr. Smith approved 12 names, and those were Belinda Johnson, Sue Desmond Hellman, Ursula Burns, Amy Rao, Emil Choi, Amy Chang, Choi, C-H-O-I, yeah, Emil, E-M-I-I-L-E, I won't go through the rest, and then highlighted in green. Finally, Sam Altman asks you if you would be okay with a board. If we could put up the next, please. This is from Altman to you. He says, would you do this? Brett, Larry Summers, Adam as the board, and me as the CEO. And then you respond, can I call Larry tonight? So before you were willing to agree, you actually speak with Larry Summers, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And then Sam Altman returned to the OpenAI board, right? Excuse me. Sam Altman then returned to OpenAI, right? He's the CEO of the for-profit and the nonprofit.
That is correct.
And the independent members who framed him left the board shortly after that.
That is correct.
And you put a Microsoft observer on the board, right?
That is correct.
All right. So I just want to call court's attention that we're at that point that we talked about on the break. I just want you to know that we're there. I'm going to ask a question. I just wanted to alert the court to it. So in 2025, there was actually further change in the relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And under a new agreement, Microsoft actually got the rights to the IP after AGI is reached, right?
That's right. The certain rights.
Sure. Okay. And then and there are no caps on your investment return, right?
That's correct.
Now, you asked you provided some testimony about sorry, 1 second here. About OpenAI, the nonprofit, being very well funded, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the funding is dependent upon the TRAs and profits it receives from the OpenAI for profit primarily, right?
Today or in the past?
Today.
Today, I think they are equity, like everyone else.
Okay, so they have equity in this new entity. Microsoft has equity in this new entity, right?
That is correct.
And Microsoft's equity in this new entity is actually greater than the OpenAI nonprofit's equity in the entity, isn't it?
I think they're pretty close, I think.
How close?
I think by 1%.
Really?
Or 1% or 2%. I mean, at some level, remember, Microsoft was the one that funded all of the capital in the beginning. And so therefore, if it was a regular company, our equity position would have been a lot bigger. And the fact that OpenAI's nonprofit has the equity it has is a feature of how I think the OpenAI board and the nonprofit did a good job of ensuring that even the investors were not majority shareholders, but were effectively minority shareholders.
And just because it has the funding that it has doesn't mean that it couldn't have more funding, right?
I didn't quite understand the question.
That's because it wasn't a very good question. Let me ask you a better one. The percentage ownership that the non-profit has in the for-profit, with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Microsoft has an ownership interest in the for-profit. The non-profit has an ownership interest in the profit, right? And the ownership interest that the nonprofit has in the for-profit certainly could be greater, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like with most investments, if the goal for any initial owner should be to grow the pie, and if quote, their percentage decreases, but their total amount is higher. And that's, I think, what OpenAI's nonprofit board was enlightened to do. And it is great that they're now reaping the benefits of that.
And the value of Microsoft's ownership stake in the for-profit subsidiary that's supposed to be funding the mission of the nonprofit is valued at about $135 billion. Is that right?
It depends on what the base valuation is. I don't have the details in front of me.
Could actually be more than that, right?
It could be.
Okay. You were asked some questions about that nonprofit and mentioned that it was, I'm going to paraphrase, I'm not pretending to quote from the transcript, but essentially that it was out there doing good work. Is that right?
This is the OpenAI nonprofit. I'm not deeply in details of what all good work they're doing. They're a nonprofit, and I'm sure they're doing good work.
Okay. Are you aware that as of October of 25, the OpenAI nonprofit did not have any full-time employees?
I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware that it wasn't until March of 2026, about a month before this trial started, that the nonprofit began hiring full-time employees?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that the nonprofit has announced that a main area of focus would be AI resilience? You aware of that?
I'm not.
Are you aware that the nonprofit has also said that another focus will be life sciences and curing diseases? Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Aware that another area of focus will be supporting other nonprofits through AI? Are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Is there any major research related to curing diseases or AI resilience?
I'm not aware of any.
Are you aware of any specific grants that it has actually made?
I'm not.
As far as you know, the OpenAI nonprofit is not performing any research focused on developing AGI, is it?
I'm not in the details of the nonprofit.
So just so we're clear though, as you know, it's not performing research focused on developing AGI, right?
I mean, AI is.
I'm asking about this nonprofit, this well-funded, according to you, nonprofit. It's not actually doing research focused on developing safe AGI, is it?
I'm not aware.
Okay. And it's not open sourcing any technology, is it?
No.
All right. You asked some questions about, by your lawyer, about Mr. Musk contacting you, and you pointed out that you guys have each other's phone numbers. Okay. Contacting you following a 2020 tweet about Microsoft having IP of OpenAI. Recall he asked you that question?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
He asked you about two incidents and whether Mr. Musk called you after them. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. The first of those, I believe, related to a 2020 tweet that Mr. Musk made, that it seemed like OpenAI wasn't really all that open and that Microsoft sort of was in there.
I'm not familiar with the tweet, but you can show it to me.
You're not aware of whether Sam Altman contacted Mr. Musk in 2020 to discuss with him any tweets that Mr. Musk made about Microsoft and OpenAI?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of it. And are you aware that following the announcement of the 2023 transaction, Mr. Musk, in fact, did contact Mr. Altman and challenge him on the 2023 transaction with Microsoft and whether it was consistent with the terms of the nonprofit?
Sorry, so you're asking me whether he contacted me or?
We know you didn't contact you because your lawyer asked you that question and he said no, he never contacted you about the 2023 deal. You know that he contacted Mr. Altman about the 2023 deal. Do you know that?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know that he specifically asked him in May of 2023 that it was important for him to understand what rights Microsoft has, because one of the things that he was concerned about, Mr. Musk was concerned about, was that Microsoft would have de facto control of AGI. You aware of that?
I'm not, Your Honor.
Okay.
He can answer the question based upon his knowledge. If he doesn't know it, he doesn't know it.
I don't know.
Excuse me. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I take it nothing from, no questions from OpenAI?
No, Your Honor.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nadella, I only have a few questions for you. I would like to start with, do you recall being asked questions about your knowledge of OpenAI being a nonprofit?
Yes.
And your knowledge of Mr. Musk being a donor?
Yes.
Okay. What conclusions, if any, did those facts inform you about any special commitments that were owed to Mr. Musk?
I am not aware of any of those details. The main thing that I focused on was that the OpenAI nonprofit board had created a for-profit entity, and that's what we were investing in. That was sort of the primary concern I had.
I want to turn to the topic of the discounted compute deal that Microsoft did with OpenAI before the strategic partnership. How did the focus of OpenAI's AI research in 2017 compare to the focus of OpenAI's AI research in 2019?
There were two changes, at least. One was there was more focus on natural language, which is what sort of attracted me to entertain the investment and the commercial partnership and the strategic partnership in 2019, which made more sense because of its relationship to Microsoft's core products. And also the other thing was it was becoming clear that there was going to be a significant ramp up of compute needed. So it made sense for OpenAI nonprofit to create a for-profit entity because without it, it would be hard for them to continue to pursue their mission.
And do you remember the document that Mr. Musk's attorney put in front of you, which talked about the finances for Microsoft with that original discounted compute agreement?
I do.
Okay. How do the Azure services, the Azure cloud computing services that Microsoft provided to OpenAI at that time, compare to the Azure cloud computing services which were required as part of the strategic partnership?
Yeah, it's a night and day in the sense that the scale we're talking about and the commitments that we're talking about was not just taking what we had and giving some credits, which is what that first deal was about. Even there, we were making a loss, but as we said, it was a marketing investment is the best way to think about it. But subsequently, this was significant commitment from Microsoft.
Thank you. I want to return to a document that was used with you, and Jesse, if you wouldn't mind bringing up PX 261. Do you remember being asked about this document, Mr. Nadella?
Yes.
And do you recall, I want to, maybe we can blow up the paragraph that starts with overall, I want us to own. Do you recall being asked questions about the sentence where you say, right now, we are a very thin layer on top of NVIDIA and all the IP is with OpenAI? Do you recall that questioning?
I do.
And do you recall you were trying to answer and Mr. Musk's attorney would not let you say what you wanted to say?
Yes, I do.
What were you trying to say?
I was mostly trying to just sort of
Check.
Overall, you can explain your statement.
I was mostly trying to say that we had all the IP rights, even in the previous deal, but we were really hampered in our know-how, and that's what I wanted to make sure that we also had the know-how across every layer of the stack, so that we could be a good partner to OpenAI on one front, and then the other front, make sure that we were getting the commercial results we needed from the IP transfer.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the events of November 2023, do you recall being asked about a phone conversation that you had with Mr. Sutskever, Mr. D'Angelo, and Ms. Murati shortly after Mr. Altman was removed as CEO?
Yes.
Okay. Why did that conversation not give you the information that you were looking for to assess the situation?
Yeah, I wanted to find out what was the detail behind the firing. Saying simply that the person was not consistently candid just didn't sort of suffice, because this is the CEO of a company that we had invested in and we're deeply partnered with. And so I felt that they could have told me if there was they could have explained to me that what are the incidents or what is the detail behind it and why they took such a drastic task. Firing a CEO is a fairly big thing. And so when none of that was coming through, I just felt like there must have been some either jealousies or communications or what have you. And this is sort of it was sort of amateur city as far as I'm concerned. And so therefore I felt that I needed to go make sure that we helped, quite frankly, the OpenAI board at that time get back in control of of their own employees, because by that time I was very worried that the employees were all going to leave en masse, and that would have been bad for OpenAI and obviously bad for Microsoft.
And why were you prepared to hire Mr. Altman and others when the nonprofit board apparently had issues about him not being consistently candid?
Again, it goes back to what I said, which is even during that weekend, there were periods of time when they said they wanted Sam and Greg back. In fact, all of that weekend, I thought that was what's going to happen, and I was going to have a good night's sleep on Sunday night, and except then there was a new CEO appointed. And so that's where I felt that it was important for us to, quite frankly, just help the employees know that they can come to Microsoft or they can stay at OpenAI. They don't need to go elsewhere. And I felt that was the right thing to do to support even the OpenAI nonprofit board that kind of really was in a crisis.
Now, speaking of the nonprofit board, do you recall a series of questions regarding discussions on potential members of the reconstituted board in December of 2023?
Yes, I do.
Who initiated those discussions?
They were coming from Brett and Sam, and also I think they were in touch with Adam, and they were trying to make sure that there was a board that was more well-rounded and had more members, so that Sam and Greg and others had confidence in going back. Because the other issue, I think, was that Sam and Greg had said that they need a board that they can trust as well, right? So therefore, there were both sides, there were issues.
And the Adam you're referring to, that's Mr. D'Angelo, who was one of the nonprofit board members.
That's correct.
Do you ever get contacted about potential board members for other companies?
Absolutely.
Why?
Just because they would like to know my opinion about people who can serve. There are many Microsoft employees. We have a policy that our corporate officers can serve on one for-profit board and one non-profit board. So yeah, we get contacted often.
Now, there was questioning regarding specific reactions to a potential board member by the name of Diane Green. Why did you have a negative reaction to Ms. Green?
Mostly because I thought Diane Green at that time, or was until recently, very affiliated with Google, and same thing with Bing Jordan with Amazon. So that was I thought there were going to be conflicts because of our major competition with Google and Amazon.
And if the nonprofit board had not agreed with you regarding your feedback, what recourse would Microsoft have had?
None. I mean, it is clearly when somebody asks you for a board member suggestion, you know that they're just asking for a suggestion, and it's their prerogative to take the suggestion or act on it or not act on it. And so we understood that.
Then Mr. Musk's attorney walked you through 13 or 14 different potential board members suggested by Microsoft, correct?
That's correct.
Were any of those board members appointed to the reconstituted board that was put into place immediately upon Mr. Altman's return?
I don't believe so. I know that Desmond we had recommended, because I had known her from the past, got appointed, but much later, I believe.
And so all the other suggestions were rejected?
That's correct.
I just have one last topic I want to turn to, which is the TRAs, or the potential cap profits under the agreement. And I believe this was in context, and I hope I'm right here, with PX 267. Can you pull that up, Jesse? Okay, and if we turn to, I believe, the page 4 of that document, there's a chart there. And Jesse, could you pull up that chart? Could you blow up that chart, please? Okay. So I want to start off, Mr. Nadella, by just talking about TRAs. Were the potential returns that Microsoft could earn, or frankly, that other investors could earn under the TRAs, were they guaranteed returns?
No.
And there was talk about the $92 billion figure for Microsoft, and there was a lot of comparison with Microsoft's $13 billion investment. Did Microsoft invest? How did Microsoft invest in the strategic partnership beyond just that $13 billion?
Yeah, as I've sort of said multiple times today, we took what was the scarce resource we had, allocated it, so there was the massive opportunity cost of doing so. We went ahead and built by taking even 20-year leases and others in data centers, knowing that we will have to keep expanding the compute infrastructure. So there was significant capital outlay beyond what was the specific $13 billion that we invested in OpenAI to support what was going to be the ongoing development of the OpenAI IP. And also I'd say that these TRAs, are not even regular equities. And so this was the other challenge everyone in our board had, is what is this thing? And so we were trying to explain that maybe it's not an equity, but it could have a return, but we knew that the risk and this was going to be very, very high.
Okay. Now, focusing specifically on this chart, Mr. Musk's attorney asked you a lot about the TRA column. I would like to focus on the column that's titled Return Multiple. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if we look at the Microsoft first round investment in 2019, what was the return multiple?
20x.
And how did that return multiple compare to the first close investors who invested before Microsoft in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary?
They all got 100x. And we got 20x. And so that means we were willing to take less return versus obviously the nonprofit or even the first close investors.
And how did Microsoft's return multiple compare to the return multiple that the nonprofit had for the assets which had been previously transferred to the for-profit subsidiary?
Same gap, which is 100 to 20.
And so returning now to Microsoft's 20x multiple, what happened to that multiple when Microsoft made its $2 billion investment in OpenAI in 2021?
It went further down to 6x.
And what was the multiple associated with Microsoft's 2023 $10 billion investment in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary?
It stayed at 6x.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, re-examination, limited to the scope of the last examination. I've got 6 different topics.
Just a couple of questions, Commissioner Nadal, and then you can leave. The judge says it's okay. A major responsibility of the board of a nonprofit is hiring and firing a CEO, right?
That's correct.
You just answered some questions to your lawyer about these target redemption amounts. You understand under the 2023 deal, with the 20% increase that kicked in 2 years later, the target redemption amounts for everybody increased, right?
Yeah, they would compound over the years, but
Right.
there was the disparity between the 100x return for the nonprofit versus the others.
And the nonprofit, in addition to getting a target redemption amount, also got paid something that was called a residual. You recall that?
I don't.
Okay. Pretty important part of the deal, but you don't even remember it.
I don't.
Okay. You mentioned that this $13 billion that you invested was, for lack of a better term, this was a big deal for Microsoft, right?
Yes.
Okay. You use scarce resources?
Yes.
How many other $13 billion investments did Microsoft have in for-profit subsidiaries of nonprofits in 2023?
None.
Okay. Do you recall any in 2022 or 21 or 1920 or 2020?
None.
Okay. So management was going to try very hard to protect that $13 billion investment, weren't you?
Yeah, we absolutely thought of it as an investment.
And you mentioned on videoing these directors that you were concerned that they would have, at least some of them would have conflicts with Microsoft's competition with Google and Amazon, right?
That's correct.
All right. You understand that you were picking directors for OpenAI's nonprofit board.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything on those 3 sets of questions?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Nadella, does Google have a AI business that competes with OpenAI?
It does.
Okay, and what is that?
It's their Gemini AI effort.
And is Amazon also involved in AI competition?
They are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything on that?
Nothing further.
All right, based upon the parties' agreement, we are not recalling this witness, is that right?
Yes,
That's correct?
correct.
Yes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, then, sir, you're excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Plaintiff calls Zilis Sutskever.
Sorry.
Come on forward, sir. If you will come to the stand and remain standing, you'll be sworn in.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm? Please say, I do, or I affirm. I affirm. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Please be seated and speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
My name is Ilya Sutskever. The last name spelling is Sutskever. Kever.
Good morning, sir. Proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Skipper. Your Honor, I'm going to go to the issue about the nature of the examination, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Suskiver, OpenAI is paying your legal fees in this case, is that right?
Yes, my understanding is that this is how it's normally done with departing executives in companies.
Okay, because you are in fact a departing executive of OpenAI.
Yes.
You in fact were a founder of OpenAI.
Yes.
And you had a senior executive position at OpenAI.
That's correct.
You were on the board of the nonprofit at OpenAI.
Correct again.
And you're represented, as I understand it, by as many as 5 lawyers here from the McCauley firm. Is that right?
I mean, I don't know the number.
All right. They prepared you for your testimony today.
Correct.
Were OpenAI lawyers also part of any meetings that you had about your testimony?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you know whether your lawyers were communicating with OpenAI lawyers?
I don't know if I can talk about my conversation with my lawyers.
Okay. I'm going to ask you questions that go to the time that you were an executive and board member at OpenAI. Is that all right?
Yes.
You hold a financial stake in the for-profit, at OpenAI, right?
Correct.
And as of November 5th of 2025, the value of your ownership stake in the OpenAI.
Objection to leading.
Okay.
Who's giving the exam? Who's doing the cross? This is on the bubble. I'm going to allow some of it. What I'm going to do, there are going to be times when I want to hear from the witness and not the lawyer.
I understand.
But these are some basic things, and I think it's fine to move it along. So go ahead.
As of November 5th of 2025, the value of your ownership stake in the OpenAI profit was approximately $5 billion, right?
That sounds correct.
And that stake is worth more today, correct?
Yes.
Maybe as much as $7 billion?
I think that's roughly correct.
Could it be more than $7 billion?
I doubt it.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this is my basis for the request that we made.
I understand, and I stick by what
Okay,
Michael said. So on small things, I'm going to allow you to lead, to move us through this. But if he needs to explain, I'm going to allow him to explain.
Okay.
So we're just going to walk that line with each question.
Before you founded OpenAI, you had a positive view of Elon Musk?
Yes.
Were you excited about working with him?
Yes.
Did you believe that Elon Musk's main motivation for starting OpenAI was to create a successful counterbalance to Google?
I believe that, yes, this was one of his primary motivations.
You had just come from Google, is that right?
Yes, I was working at Google before.
Fair to say, sir, you are a prominent AI scientist, is that right?
Yeah, fairly fair to say.
At the time that you came from Google, Google was leading the race to develop AGI, wasn't it?
I mean, you could technically say that it was true, but it was so many years ago. I think it's also fair to say that that statement was meaningless. Like things would change so many times over. I think what's fair to say is that there was an appearance that was the case.
Okay. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 63, which is stipulated and already in evidence. And this is an email chain between you and Elon Musk, and Sam Altman's on it. And in this, essentially, Altman is saying that you'd like to speak with Elon. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
And he says, no problem. I'll call you today, right?
That's what it says.
This is November 19th of 2015. So this is about 3.5 weeks before OpenAI launches, right?
Roughly, yes.
You recall, did you speak with Elon?
I must have.
Okay. And in fact, did you speak with him many times during the course of your recruitment to OpenAI?
I spoke to him a number of times. I don't remember the exact number.
All right. When you worked with, at OpenAI, when you started, did you have regular meetings with Elon?
Yes, we had about weekly or bi-weekly meetings, is my recollection.
Did Elon make you better at your job?
Yes. We've learned, I feel like I've learned a number of important things, yes.
Did you observe him making other people better at their jobs?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
I want to ask you about Andrej Karpathy. He was an OpenAI founding team member who later left to head Tesla's self-driving efforts. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you were not particularly bothered when Andrej Karpathy left to join Tesla, were you?
I mean, I think I wasn't extremely bothered. I was definitely a little bit bothered, at least.
But you were not particularly bothered, right?
It wasn't the end of the world, if that's what you mean.
Okay. All right. It wasn't, but I'll take the answer. So I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 98, which is already admitted in evidence. And this is an email dated January 1st of 2018 from you to Elon Musk. Correct?
Yeah, it looks like, that's what it looks like.
And you, excuse me, you wrote him, you said that you quickly pushed me out of my academic comfort zone. And with time, I grew to appreciate the vast depth of your strategic insight. I can think of many examples. What did you mean by that?
I don't remember I don't remember precisely, but something to the effect of, when one tries to run and build a company, it's important to make all kinds of decisions which have lasting consequences. And to make those decisions well, you need to have strategic insight. And that's what I believe I was referring to.
You go on to tell him it helps that we have the most overwhelmingly competent person in the world helping us as you're trying to accomplish a difficult task, right?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, like when I wrote this, and what this email meant to say is that I felt that Elon was by far the most competent, the strongest founder, CEO in the world. And that's what I meant.
Between 2015 and 2018, you knew that Elon was funding OpenAI, is that right?
Yes, he was funding OpenAI.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 17, which is already admitted into evidence. This was the announcement of OpenAI on December 11, 2017. It states OpenAI is a nonprofit artificial intelligence research company. Our goal is to advance digital intelligence in the way that is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by a need to generate a financial return. You did not disagree with that at the time it was posted?
No.
You never told anybody, take that down?
No.
I'm going to direct your attention now to 2017. And at this time, you, Mr. Altman, Mr. Brockman, and Elon had brainstorming sessions concerning funding OpenAI. Is that right?
I'm sure such things happened.
Okay. Do you recall having discussions about outlandish ideas?
we discuss lots about outlandish ideas very often about lots of different things.
And some of those ideas, were all of those ideas practical? Or?
Definitely not. Some were, some weren't.
Okay. In these discussions that you had among the founders, Elon insisted that OpenAI needed to maintain the moral high ground and keep a non-profit in some capacity. Is that right?
I mean, I do recall he made such a remark at least once.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 62. Oh, actually, I'm not. I'm going to speed this up here. There were discussions about creating a for-profit subsidiary to fund the nonprofit, right?
I think there were all kinds of discussions. That sounds plausible.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 156, which is already admitted into evidence.
Yes.
Okay, and this is, show it's an email from Mr. Musk to you, copying Greg Brockman. It's dated September 13th of 2017.
Yes.
Okay, in this email, Mr. Musk is explaining to you, is he not? It says, I think the preferred A investment round supermajority, me, should have the right to appoint 4, not 3 seats. I would not expect to appoint them immediately, but like I said, I would unequivocally have initial control of the company, but all this will change quickly. See that?
Yes.
So he was explaining to you in writing how dilution of majority control would work.
Yes.
Is that what you understood?
I understood it. That's what it said.
All right. And is it fair, sir, that at that time, did he also explain to you that he had a problem not doing this with another business in Solar City?
Yeah, my recollection is that essentially, yeah, he said that he felt that the other people basically did not see the things that he saw, and it was too hard, and they weren't able to understand what he saw, and therefore weren't able to avoid bad things. That's my recollection. Oh yeah, sorry.
So if you pull the mic down a little bit, it'll catch your voice better.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me see, what was I saying? Yeah, so something to the effect of the story was the other people at the company could not see some kind of problem coming up, which he saw. He failed to convince them of it, and the disaster, the bad thing wouldn't have happened had he had the control. That's my recollection of the argument that he made.
At the time you were having these discussions, is it fair to say that you were not an expert on how startups are structured and governed?
I think it's definitely fair to say yes.
Your expertise was as a scientist?
Yes.
Elon was certainly much more experienced at this than you or any of the others, right?
I mean, certainly more than me.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 157, which is admitted in evidence. And this is an email which Elon had sent to you, copying Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, Sam Teller, Shivon, and Zilis on September 20th of 2017. So it's a week after that other email we just looked at. In it, he writes, guys, I've had enough. This is the final straw. Either go do something on your own or continue with OpenAI as a nonprofit. See that?
Yes.
So in this email, he's telling you you had 2 choices. Either do something on your own or commit to the nonprofit, right?
Objection to leading.
So the way I understood this email was you either commit to leave something on your own or you continue to work on OpenAI as a nonprofit.
And so you went about and you were actually doing fundraising for the nonprofit after that, right?
Yes, we've done some amount of, I would say, not like we've even had some reasonable success with fundraising for the nonprofit.
So as a scientist, before you come to a conclusion in your work, do you require proof?
I mean, the gut plays a very important role, but you certainly, well, I mean, to get to a really ironclad conclusion, yes.
Okay. Can we can take this down, please. You took your job at OpenAI seriously.
Yes.
You took your service on the board seriously.
Yes.
You were on the board of the nonprofit in 2023, correct?
Yes.
Did you respect the other members of the board?
Yes.
In November of 2023, the independent members of the board were Helen Toner, Tasha McCauley, Adam D'Angelo, right?
That's correct.
And they were considered, quote, independent members because they didn't work at OpenAI.
I believe so. There may, yeah, that's what I recall. There may be some. I think that's the definition.
On November 17th, after an investigation, November 17th of 2023, after an investigation, you and the independent members of the nonprofit board voted to
Objection.
fire Sam Altman, right?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 305, which is in evidence. And this is the OpenAI blog post announcing Sam Altman's departure, which is also dated November 17th of 2023. The post states that Mr. Altman was fired because he was not consistently candid in his communications with the board, hindering its ability to exercise its responsibility. See that?
Yes.
And the board chose those words carefully, didn't it?
Yes.
You dealt with Sam Altman regularly when you worked at OpenAI.
Yes.
You knew firsthand what he was like as a coworker.
Yes.
Before Sam Altman was fired for dishonesty, you gathered evidence, including documents, right?
Yes, I have. I've prepared a document at the request of the independent board members.
You had help from others in doing that?
I've received. The short answer is yes.
Okay. And by others, I mean others at OpenAI.
The short answer is yes.
You told the board that Altman exhibits a consistent pattern of lying, undermining his execs, and pitting his execs against one another. His execs, E-X-E, against one another, right?
I did, yes.
And that was clearly your view at that time, right?
Yes.
And you also told the board that this leads to tremendous loss of productivity, trust, and it does not create an environment conducive to the creation of the safe AGI and the fulfillment of the OpenAI mission, right?
Yeah, so I wrote this, and the specific intention there was like to clarify this kind of an environment where the executives aren't exactly have the correct information makes the environment not conducive to the attainment of any difficult grand goal, of which the creation of safe AGI is an example of.
Safe AGI was important to you, right?
Yes.
Was safety a big part of OpenAI's mission in your eyes?
Yes.
And at that time, you thought that the firing of Sam Altman was appropriate?
I thought so, yes.
You'd been thinking about him being fired for at least a year before you raised your concerns with the board, right?
I mean, I've been thinking about issues for at least a year, yes.
And you've been speaking with Mira Murati about those issues for at least 2 years?
For a long time, yes.
The board consulted with legal counsel before firing Mr. Altman?
So,
I'm not asking about the opinion.
no. Oh, sorry. Way over time for break.
Oh, okay.
My apologies to the jury, but we'll go ahead and take our 20-minute recess.
Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
okay.
Okay. Mr. Super, you're still in your, at this point, you cannot speak with your lawyers about your examination or anything to do with it or anything about this case, okay? So go and do something else. We'll be back on the record in 20 minutes, but do not talk to them about this case. You may step down. Mr. Eddy, I will afford you the same approach to this examination as I am allowing Mr. Molo. I'm allowing both of you to semi-lead, but do not cut them off if he wants to explain his answers. I think it'll both be efficient, and under the code, I'm allowed to do that, given his unique position in this case. All right, Your Honor. Thank you. Anything else you want to talk about? If not, we'll stand in recess for just under 20 minutes. What you do?
One quick thing, Your Honor.
Just one thing, Your Honor. Your Honor, we noticed that Your Honor staff had circulated information about we noticed that Your Honor staff had circulated information about lunch for the jurors during deliberations on Thursday. On Thursday. And we just wanted to raise, Judge, since the jurors indicated that they planned on Monday to stay until 1500, we just wanted to ask if the court, since we expect to finish before that time on Thursday, would be inclined to inquire with the jurors whether they wanted to deliberate for some portion of the day after we finish summations on Thursday.
So, what I have done, as you've seen on this timesheet, is allow you to pop that extra time into your closings if you so choose. So I don't exactly know how much time you're exactly going to use, which is why I suggested that we have something for them to eat so that they're not waning in the jury box. Even if they decide to take it in their car, I don't care. But are you going to, well, you tell me how much time you're going to spend. Mr. Molo, before you leave, how much time do you think you're spending on closing?
Well,
not going to talk before you get
the court allotted 90 minutes. If there's more, I would take more, but
I don't care. I'm saving for you what you told me.
Yes. It hasn't changed.
Okay, but you may have.
If I have extra time, or maybe I'll just talk fast.
No, you won't.
I'm just kidding.
So you're going to have extra time because I've taken that extra time and put it on your closing days. That is the 55 minutes each that you said you'd seated. I just put it on the last day because I've always told juries that closing arguments can take longer. So if you're going to take more time, then yeah, they need something to eat.
Well, we should just feed them anyway. I don't understand what the big deal is.
And if they choose to stay and deliberate, that's their choice. It's totally up to them. I do not.
We're happy to pay for it. If they don't want to pay for it, we're happy to pay for it.
No, that's not what we were saying, Judge. We're also happy to pay for it. We were only saying that we wondered if the court could just make sure that the jurors know, if they'd like to, they can deliberate for a little bit afterwards on Thursday.
They will be told that.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Your Honor, we had one housekeeping matter. We'd just like to move to admit into evidence the 3 exhibits that were used with Mr. Nadella.
Okay, go ahead.
Those are 1528, 1571, and 1597.
They're admitted.
Your Honor, for plaintiff, we just wanted to submit the amended exhibit 307 that's stipulated to fix the redaction.
Okay, you just hand that to, so noted, and you can hand that to Mr. Cuenca.
One final issue, Your Honor. We had handed up the Sam Teller and Tasha McCauley video clips to the clerk earlier. did want to move seek the admission of 3 total exhibits for those videos. They are DX720, which has been stipulated subject to a FRE 105 objection, DX755, those are for Mr. Teller, and then for Ms. McCauley, we have DX957, which again has a FRE 105 request for a limiting instruction.
Okay, well, I don't know what those are, but.
I did hand those to Mr. Cuenco this morning, but
Any instruction you're asking?
I can speak to the one for 957, Your Honor. We are only asking that it be admitted for notice. That is an email chain among various directors around the time of Mr. Altman's removal. As to the other 2, I'd have to defer to Mr. Cry. I'm not sure what the request is. We could confer over the break and get back to you when we convene. Thank you.
Okay, you have less of a break. Thank you. Okay. On the record will reflect that the witnesses on the stand. You may continue.
Mr. Suskiver, I'm not going to ask you about what they said, but I just want to ask you, did the board consult with legal counsel before firing Sam Altman?
So the answer is like the independent board members, I know they've consulted legal counsel. I don't know about the details there.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Now, you didn't anticipate that firing Sam Altman would threaten OpenAI's survival, did you?
No.
But after the announcement, events developed in a way that you didn't necessarily anticipate, correct?
Correct, yes.
You became scared that OpenAI would be destroyed?
Yes, I have. I mean, I worked really hard to create this company, and so I cared very much about it.
Eventually, did you sign a petition that the employees had circulated asking that Altman be reinstated?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I felt that had I not done this, the company would be destroyed, and I felt that this was a Hail Mary.
Did you believe that, or do you believe that the board came to its conclusion about firing Sam Altman relying in good faith?
Good faith, yes.
So right after the board fired Altman on Friday, Satya Nadella called you?
Yes.
Did he express to you that words of reassurance?
That's the gestalt of my recollection.
Did you think there was going to be a problem with Microsoft at that time?
I did not think there were going to be. I did not think so, no.
Did you tell Satya Nadella about Altman's pattern of lying to the board?
It's possible. I don't actually remember what we discussed.
Did you have contact with OpenAI employees over that weekend?
I had.
Okay. Did you meet or speak with anyone from Microsoft?
I only I had a brief phone call with Satya Nadella and also a brief phone call with Mikhail Parakin. And that's the Mikhail Parakin. And this was the entirety of my contact with Microsoft.
Did you pretty much avoid the internet over the weekend?
Yes.
Did you read Nadella's Sunday night announcement that Microsoft would hire everyone at OpenAI?
I did not.
Did you see or hear what Microsoft said to other board members or OpenAI employees over that weekend?
I mean, I have not witnessed conversations between Microsoft and other OpenAI employees.
You resigned. Yeah. I'm sorry. Did you finish?
Yes.
Okay. You resigned from OpenAI in May of 2024.
Yes.
Before you left, what did the super alignment team do?
So, to give a little bit of context,
please.
The thing about AI as a technology is that people
constantly find ways to build more and more powerful AI. So eventually, humanity will achieve the technological capability to build unbelievably powerful AI. In the future, it will be possible to build unbelievably powerful AI. The goal of the super alignment team is to do the research ahead of time, in advance, such that by the time humanity in general, and OpenAI in particular, is capable of building this future very, very powerful AI, it will have the technological means to make it controlled and safe.
Around the time you left, was the super alignment team disbanded?
So I have read news about the disbandment of the super alignment team after I left.
And what did the AG, what did you understand?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. What was it that you understand?
I understood that there was some kind of reorg, that some people quit, and the super alignment team as an entity no longer existed the way it existed before. That's what I understood.
What was the AG readiness team while you were there at OpenAI?
I actually don't remember exactly.
Did it also have to do with safety?
It did, but I was less involved in it, so I can't comment on it authoritatively.
Whether the AGI readiness team was disbanded while you were there?
While I was there, I don't think so.
Was there a significant number of departures on safety researchers in 2024 while you were there?
While I was there, no.
Okay. Did you speak to any safety researchers who were looting?
No.
One moment here.
I mean, to clarify, I've spoken to some safety researchers. They've left afterwards, but I did not have conversation with someone who is telling me I'm leaving. So that's the clarification.
Okay. One moment. Would you agree with me that super alignment work was the most important work OpenAI was doing?
So it was the most important work for the long term.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Eddy. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just getting organized here for a second. Good afternoon, Dr. Sutskever. I want to start with some of the topics that Mr. Molo covered with you, and then talk about some other things as well. You discussed with Mr. Molo a document that you prepared and presented to the independent board members in about November 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Am I right? You assembled that as evidence to support your concerns that you had with Mr. Altman's management?
Yes, and specifically this document was meant to paint a picture.
And am I right that the screenshots contained within that document were provided to you by Mira Murati?
Yeah, predominantly.
Did anyone else besides Ms. Murati provide you with materials for that document?
I myself produced a few screenshots here and there.
Okay. And before submitting the document to the independent board members, did you discuss the contents of that document with anybody at OpenAI other than Ms. Marati?
No.
Am I right that you trusted the accuracy of the information that Ms. Marati had provided you?
Yes.
And that you took no further steps to verify accuracy of that information, is that right?
That's right. I do want to add two comments on this. The first is that I have in the document in various places said this information needs further verification. So in multiple places, I invited the other board members to verify the claims. And also at some point I had a conversation with Adam D'Angelo where I told him, I haven't, to the effect of, I'm not so sure about every single claim there, to which he replied with something like, don't worry about it. We've spoken to people at OpenAI. The picture is worse than the documents described.
And when you made suggestions of verifying information with particular individuals, do you know whether those suggestions were followed up on?
I don't know.
Am I right that in retrospect, your view is that the board's process was rushed?
Yeah, so the way I would describe it, I think the process seemed rushed. I think maybe it's fair to say that, the set of board members weren't as experienced in those matters. And I also know that the other board members had meetings I didn't know about. And I also know that they've received legal advice that I understand wasn't very good.
After the removal of Mr. Altman and Mr. Brockman from the board, am I right that you participated in a meeting between the remaining board members and OpenAI's executive team?
That's accurate.
And Ms. Toner spoke during that meeting?
Yeah, she has.
And am I correct, she expressed the view that allowing OpenAI to be destroyed would be consistent with the mission?
She did express this view.
Did you agree with that?
So I'll add my view on this is as follows. I didn't agree with the view at the time at which at that point in time. I will say that in the future, in some future hypothetical world where we are talking about this vastly more powerful AI that I mentioned earlier, then I think such things should definitely be on the table. But at the time, in 23, I did not think so.
And over the weekend following the removals, am I right the remaining board members met with leaders of Anthropic?
Yes.
And Anthropic is a rival AI company?
Yes.
Who founded Anthropic?
There is a set of seven co-founders. Let's see if I can remember all their names. Do you need all their names?
You don't need, no, let me ask you an easier question. Was it founded in part by former OpenAI executives?
Yes, it was exclusively founded by former OpenAI executives and employees.
And the discussion between the OpenAI board members and Anthropic in November 2023 was about a proposal that Anthropic merge with OpenAI and take over OpenAI's leadership. Is that right?
That's my recollection.
And do you recall how that meeting was arranged?
I don't recall.
You did not arrange the meeting, correct?
No, I did not.
And did you support a merger with Anthropic?
I was not excited about the merger of OpenAI with another company.
Did others on the board express excitement about a merger with Anthropic?
I don't remember exactly. I think maybe there was more openness, but I don't remember exactly at this point.
Do you remember Ms. Toner expressing openness to a merger with Anthropic?
I wouldn't rule it out.
You wouldn't rule it out?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out.
Do you recall that in October 2023, Ms. Toner published an article praising Anthropic?
I do recall, yes.
And you thought it was inappropriate for Ms. Toner to have published this article as a board member, is that correct?
I think the way I would describe it is, I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate. but I think it's a delicate thing for a board member to do, right? I think it's under some circumstances be appropriate, but I think in this case you have to go to the rest of the board and say, hey, just so you know, I'm going to write this document about those issues which I've been discussing with you over some time. Like, I think it's important that I state them publicly. I know you won't like it. I think that would have been the correct way to go about it.
And just to be clear, this was an article that praised Anthropic, but also criticized OpenAI. Is that right?
Correct.
Dr. Sutskever, you were asked some questions about the super alignment team. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Just a moment ago. Am I right that while you were leading the team, you did not believe it was understaffed?
No.
That's correct. It was not understaffed?
No.
And am I right that the super alignment team had a significant amount of compute while you were leading it?
It was significant, yes.
And you don't know what OpenAI has done with the work of the super alignment team since you left, is that right?
I have no knowledge of any OpenAI internal work since I left, including this.
And when you left, the super alignment team was still in place, right?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about your equity in OpenAI. Dr. Sutskever, why did you join OpenAI in the first place?
It's been a big confluence of reasons. I can elaborate if needed.
Well, did you join OpenAI for the money?
No.
And what did you leave behind at Google in order to join OpenAI?
Yeah, so the context there is that I was working at Google for a few years when I left to start OpenAI or join OpenAI, depending on how you look at it. And Google really liked me and they didn't want me to leave. And they offered me a staggering amount of money. They offered me $6 million a year. And that's what's been required to leave in order to quit Google and start OpenAI.
And you received your equity interest in OpenAI's for-profit entity when that entity was formed or around that time, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
At the time you received your equity, did you have any idea how valuable it would be today?
No.
And when you supported Sam Altman's and Greg Brockman's removal from the OpenAI board in 2023, did you understand that could affect the value of your equity?
Of course.
And the effect could be negative, correct?
Yes.
But you made that decision anyway, right?
Yes.
And when you decided to call for reinstating Mr. Altman and Mr. Brockman, what, if anything, did your equity have to do with that decision?
Nothing. The equity had nothing to do with it. I can maybe convey, and I could add just a bit on this. I felt a great deal of ownership of OpenAI. I felt like I've put my life into it and I created this company and I simply cared for it and I didn't want it to be destroyed.
Mr. Mola asked you some questions about your familiarity with Elon Musk before you co-founded OpenAI. Do you remember those questions?
I remembered some of them, yes.
Was Mr. Musk the only person involved in OpenAI that you were impressed with before you joined?
No.
Who else were you impressed with?
I was very impressed with Greg Brockman. I was also impressed with John Schulman and Wojciech Zaremba as well. Really, yeah. I mean, the other team members were really, really strong and impressive and inspiring.
And am I right that you looked up to Sam Altman as well at that time?
In a different way, but it's in a different way, but it wouldn't be an unfair statement.
And was Mr. Musk the only member of the OpenAI team who made efforts to recruit you to the new lab?
No. So back when so the context is that Google made this big offer for me at the last minute, and I really started to hesitate about whether to join OpenAI or not. And I spoke to all the different OpenAI members who were going to start pretty much, and I've had lots and lots of conversations for days on end. So it's been like getting me over the line was a big team effort.
And who were some of the people who were trying to bring you in?
So I would say in order, I would say it was Greg Brockman, Wojciech Zaremba, John Schulman, and Sam Altman, predominantly.
Have you ever promised to Elon Musk that OpenAI would remain a nonprofit?
I made no such promise.
As far as you know, did Sam Altman or Greg Brockman ever promise Mr. Musk that OpenAI would remain a nonprofit?
I have no such knowledge.
Do you recall Mr. Musk ever conditioning donations to OpenAI on the organization remaining a nonprofit?
I have no such knowledge.
As far as you know, were any of Mr. Musk's contributions used for anything other than the pursuit of OpenAI's mission?
No.
And am I right that the mission is not necessarily tied into a nonprofit?
Correct. The mission of OpenAI is larger than a nonprofit or for-profit structure. That's true. The mission of OpenAI is larger than a structure.
Did you ever witness Sam Altman promise Mr. Musk that OpenAI would open source all of its technology?
I really don't think so.
And did you ever witness Greg Brockman make such a promise to Mr. Musk?
I really don't think so.
Did you ever make such a promise to Mr. Musk?
Definitely not. I mean, on the contrary, early on, I told him that OpenAI is not going to be open sourcing everything.
I want to take you back a little bit to 2017. Do you remember an event involving the Dota 1v1 challenge in the summer of 2017, Dr. Sitzgeber?
Yes.
What significance did that event have for OpenAI?
Very briefly, and without providing too much context, the 1v1 refers to a big public accomplishment in AI by OpenAI. And specifically, it was an accomplishment that was commensurable, or in some ways better, than the accomplishment of a rival company, DeepMind, which was much bigger and better resourced. And that accomplishment conveyed that OpenAI is a serious organization. Comparable to DeepMind.
Do you recall Mr. Musk's reaction to that accomplishment?
I don't recall it precisely, but overall, I think he was impressed with it.
And do you remember any statements he made in the day after the accomplishment?
I don't recall specific statements.
Do you recall that he said something to the effect of it's time to upgrade OpenAI to a for-profit company?
I do have, it is consistent, yes.
After the Dota 1v1 victory, did you have any further discussion, including with Mr. Musk, of forming an OpenAI for-profit entity?
At this point, I don't remember the exact discussions, but I remember there having been a lot of discussions about the exact way in which OpenAI should become into some kind of a for-profit.
And why was OpenAI considering becoming a for-profit at that point?
So the answer to this question has to do with the realization that me and others at OpenAI has made roughly at the same time. And the realization is that to make progress in AI, you need a big computer. And you need a big computer because the brain is a big computer. You have 100 billion neurons and 100 trillion synapses in the brain. And if your synapses, and if your computer is small, I don't know how good your AI is going to be. And this realization suddenly lets you say things like, well, wait a second, well, how are you going to get this big computer? That was the genesis of the for-profit conversations.
And how did the need for compute or computer power relate to the for-profit?
So the amount of compute that OpenAI, the amount of compute that would be, so I'll start again, I apologize. If you work back, so the human brain is a computer of a certain size. It's a staggeringly large computer. And you can work backwards from, well, if the brain is this big, how much compute what size computer you might need. And then you might do some calculation about how many dollars it would cost. Dollars. And then you look at this number of dollars and you say, gosh, that's a lot of dollars. That is the genesis of the need for the for-profit. For-profit, yes.
And in your discussions with Mr. Musk about a for-profit OpenAI, did you ever hear him say that creating a for-profit would be contrary to OpenAI's mission?
No.
You ever hear him say that any for-profit must be a small adjunct to the nonprofit?
No.
During these discussions in 2017, was the topic of equity discussed with Mr. Musk?
Yes.
And what proposals, if any, did Mr. Musk put forward in terms of equity?
In terms of equity, I recall that he wanted to own north of 50% of the equity.
And what was your perspective on that proposal?
So I found it to be aggressive because I knew that Mr. Musk had many other obligations and many other companies that he was running, which were much larger than OpenAI. And so I found it difficult because I felt that he was going to spend a relatively small fraction of his time, even though he has a lot of ability. If he spends a small fraction of his time, it will not be channeled towards OpenAI. And so that's why I found it difficult.
What did you think would be a fair allocation of equity?
I can't, I don't know how to answer this question right now.
In addition to discussions about equity, do you recall these discussions involving questions of control?
Yes.
What position do you recall Mr. Musk expressing with respect to control?
I mean, it's the same position that was shown to me in an email like 45 minutes ago. He expressed the position that he should start with unilateral control, and over time his control would be diluted. Yeah.
And how confident did you feel that Mr. Musk's control would in fact be diluted over time?
I mean, I felt some confidence. I didn't feel certain. For me, it was more. It just felt aggressive to me.
Did Mr. Musk ever give a guarantee that his control would diminish over time?
No.
Later in 2017, do you recall discussions with Mr. Musk about OpenAI and Tesla working together?
Yes, I do recall one such conversation after our discussions about how to turn OpenAI into for-profit fell through. Then Mr. Musk had the presented the view that the best path forward for OpenAI is to become a subsidiary of Tesla, such that Tesla would provide OpenAI with the money, the funding.
What was your reaction to that proposal?
So similarly to my earlier answer, I was not excited about merging OpenAI with another company. In a way, and the reason I wasn't excited is because it would be, on some level, it would be like, it would kill a dream.
How so?
Well, usually when one starts, I think it's true that when one starts a company, one has dreams for the company and for the company to flourish and to do different things. And in general, being absorbed into another company means to give up on that dream.
In early 2018, when Mr. Musk left OpenAI, did he make any statements to you about OpenAI's prospects for the future?
Yes, yes, he did. He made comments to the effect of, we don't have 1% chance of success, we have 0% chance of success.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Was that true? Was that true?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, when he asked you that, or when he said that there was a 0% chance of success, what was the technology like at that point?
It was less developed. It's true. Technology was less developed.
Is there any way to quantify what the level was at the time you left?
So 2018, it was like, yes, there is. It's like the difference between, I would describe it like the difference between an ant and a cat. Ant and the cat. If you compare 2018 to now, yeah, it's like the difference between an ant and a cat. So it's like a big difference.
And if you had received no funding?
Yeah, so if there is no funding, then there is no big computer. And you don't need the biggest computer, but you need a big enough computer. And if you don't have a big enough computer, then it was not going to work.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Just check with him. Thank you, Dr. Sitzgeber.
Microsoft.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Sutskever. My name is Russell Cohen. I'm counsel for Microsoft. I just have a couple of questions for you. You recall testifying just a few moments ago that you are not aware of Mr. Altman or Mr. Brockman making any promises to Mr. Musk regarding nonprofit status?
No such awareness.
Right. And you recall testifying that you were not aware of Mr. Altman or Brockman making any promises to Mr. Musk regarding open source, correct?
I don't have such awareness.
Right. And given that, I'm correct that you never communicated to anyone at Microsoft that any such promises were made to Mr. Musk. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I actually had a very, very limited communication with anyone from Microsoft, period.
That's all I have for you, Dr. Sutskever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Re-exam.
I just have a couple questions, please, sir. Mr. Musk never told you that he was insistent that each and every piece of technology or development be completely open to the public, did he?
I think, the one piece of context is there have been a lot of discussions about exactly how OpenAI is going to be open source, and they took place before that was founded. But I haven't been fully committed to OpenAI back then, which is why I haven't taken part in many of these discussions.
Okay. And you mentioned there was discussion of OpenAI becoming a subsidiary of Tesla. There were never any documents drawn up suggesting that, right?
Correct. It was verbal.
And you don't even know whether that would be possible for them to acquire a nonprofit, right?
I mean, presumably it wouldn't have been an acquisition, but something more complex.
Okay. And then the last question is, when you left OpenAI, you believed that the product success had taken too much attention away from the true North Star, which was safety. Is that right? The true North Star, which was safety?
That's not how I felt. I felt differently. I felt that product success was necessary, right? Because that's the only way you can keep moving forward. You can think of it as of a necessary cost which you incur. So now you do more things and your attention is more diffuse. But I did not see product success as a bad thing.
Okay. Nothing further.
Anything on those last set of questions? Mr. Cohen?
Nothing for Microsoft, Your Honor.
Okay, is there any reason to hold this witness in recall status?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
From the plaintiffs, any reason? Plaintiffs, any reason to hold him in recall status?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then, sir, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next witness.
Actually, yeah, we don't think there's anything else, but questions or something. Your Honor, plaintiff rests at this point.
Any motions will be deemed timely.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just noting it for the record, we do have motion.
So noted. OpenAI's first witness. Mr. Sabat.
Your Honor, the OpenAI defendant's called Mr. Taylor, Mr. Brett Taylor.
Please remain standing and raise your hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or so you affirm. Please say I do or I affirm.
I do.
Sir, please be seated and speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
Brett Taylor, Taylor.
And Mr. Taylor. So,
ERET.
so I need you to move closer to that microphone. Right, pop it up so it catches your voice naturally, okay?
Is that okay?
Much better, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can approach, and if you'll take those other binders and hand them to the plaintiffs, please. Thank you. Mr. Sabat, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sleeping.
Mr. Taylor, how are you?
Good, thank you very much.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brett Taylor.
Where do you live?
I live in Lafayette, California.
And Mr. Taylor, where'd you grow up?
I was born here in Oakland, moved to Georgia for middle school, but moved back to the East Bay for high school and have lived in the East Bay most of my life.
And Mr. Taylor, in brief, what is your educational background?
After high school, I attended Stanford University, and I have an undergraduate and master's degree in computer science.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm chairman of the board of the OpenAI Foundation, as well as the OpenAI Group, PBC. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Sierra, which I founded. Sierra, like the mountains.
What is the OpenAI Foundation, Mr. Taylor?
The OpenAI Foundation is the OpenAI not-for-profit.
Does the OpenAI Foundation have a mission?
Yes, it does.
What is the mission of the OpenAI Foundation?
The mission of the OpenAI Foundation is to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity.
Thank you. And you mentioned the OpenAI Group, PBC. What's that?
The OpenAI Group, PBC, is a B Corp or public benefit corporation that employs most of the OpenAI researchers. It's where we build the models that power ChatGPT and ensure its safety and alignment.
Does the PBC have a mission?
Yes, it does.
What is the mission of the OpenAI PBC?
The The OpenAI PBC has the same mission as the OpenAI Foundation, which is to ensure that AGI, or artificial general intelligence, benefits all of humanity.
How long have you been with OpenAI, Mr. Taylor?
I joined the board of directors at the end of November in 2023.
Have you held leadership positions in companies other than OpenAI?
Yes, I have.
Describe those positions for the jury, please.
Prior to starting Sierra, I was the co-CEO of Salesforce. They had acquired a previous company I started where I was co-founder and CEO. Before that, I was the chief technology officer of Facebook. They had acquired a previous company that I founded where I was co-founder and CEO. Before that, I held product roles at Google.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned that you're on the board of OpenAI. Have you been on other boards of directors?
Yes, I have.
And would you tell the board about that board, the jury, I should say, about that board experience?
I was previously on the board of Shopify. I was the chairman of the board of the directors of Twitter. And I was on the board of a company called Axon, which makes body cameras for police officers.
Why did you cease being a director of Twitter?
Mr. Musk acquired the company.
Mr. Taylor, would please explain to the jury the role of the board of directors in general terms?
The board of directors is essentially primarily accountable for the company. It hires and fires the CEO. It sets the strategic direction and is essentially sort of the ultimate authority for the company.
And what's the relationship between the board and its management team?
By virtue of being able to hire and fire the CEO of the management team effectively worked for the board.
As the director of the OpenAI Foundation, Mr. Taylor, do you owe fiduciary duties?
Yes, we do.
To whom?
So fiduciary duties, which are duty of care and duty of loyalty for companies that aren't not-profits, are different than for not-for-profits. For a not-for-profit, you have a fiduciary duty to the mission. And our mission, as we talked about, is to ensure AGI benefits humanity. And that essentially means we sort of have a fiduciary duty to the public.
Slow down just a little bit. Our court reporter's trying to type down everything you're saying. Which probably doesn't happen in the real world, but it does happen here. So
I apologize. I'll slow down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the foundation overseen by regulators?
Yes, it is.
Which ones?
So OpenAI is based here in California. So we're overseen by the Attorney General of California, and we're incorporated in Delaware. So we're also overseen by the Attorney General of Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I wanted, Your Honor, to show a demonstrative to the witness. If we could put the DX4 on the screen, please.
You may.
Do you see that slide in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's shown on this slide, Mr. Taylor?
This is a list of the board of the directors of the OpenAI Foundation.
And if you give, for the benefit of the jury, thumbnail sketches of the biographies of these board members.
Yeah, so I am the independent director and chair. Sam Altman is a director of the company in his capacity as CEO. Adam D'Angelo is an independent director. He's a technology executive as well. He coincidentally also used to be the CTO of Facebook, in addition to running a company called Quora. Dr. Sue Desmond-Hellman, in addition to her leadership roles at UCSF, used to run the Gates Foundation and is a not-for-profit expert. Dr. Zico Coulter is a professor at Carnegie Mellon, where he specializes in AI safety, specifically an area called jailbreaking attacks, which is in an area called jailbreaking attacks, I apologize, which is an important aspect of AI safety. Retired General Paul Nakasone used to run the National Security Administration as an expert in cybersecurity and national security. Adebayo Ogunlesi, or as we call him, Bayo, is a financial expert, and in particular is an expert in large-scale infrastructure build-outs, which is very relevant to our data center investments. And Nicole Seligman used to be the general counsel of Sony and is a storied attorney and is a legal expert on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And many of these directors are designated as independent directors. What's it mean to be an independent director?
Roughly, being an independent director means that you aren't an employee of the company, you weren't recently an employee of the company, so you can independently oversee it.
And how many of the directors of the foundation are independent directors, Mr. Taylor?
7 of the 8 directors are independent.
Thank you. Now, in your role as director, turning to the OpenAI PBC, what duties do you understand you owe?
As a director of a public benefit corporation or a B Corp, you have dual fiduciary duties. So you first have duties to the mission, just like we do at the foundation, and it's the same mission. You also have duties to the stakeholders of the company, which include employees, shareholders. So it's a dual fiduciary duty. There's one nuance that, though. The founding documents for the PBC carve out AI safety. So in the areas of AI safety, board directors are obligated to only take into account the mission.
And who are the directors of the OpenAI Group PBC, Mr. Taylor?
The OpenAI Group PBC has the same board of directors as the foundation, with one exception, Dr. Coulter, who's only on the foundation. The same board of directors, members, as the foundation, with one exception. Dr. Coulter is only a member of the foundation board of directors.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Why isn't Dr. Coulter on the PBC board?
Dr. Coulter is a chair of our Safety and Security Committee, which is a committee of the foundation. And by virtue of the fact that, as I mentioned before, we're obligated to only take into account the mission when considering areas of safety, we felt it was appropriately that he was only a member of the foundation board.
Why do the boards of the foundation and the PBC have overlapping membership?
When we set up this structure, it was very important to the board that they remained aligned over time. In my view, they're both here to serve our mission. And it's essentially the public benefit corporation builds these incredible models, and the foundation, by virtue of its structure, can help distribute some of the benefits. And we wanted to ensure that both through our governance structure and the board of directors, that they remain aligned over time.
Thank you. Do any of the directors of the OpenAI Group have equity in the PBC?
No, they do not.
How about Mr. Altman as CEO?
The board, to my knowledge, has never granted Mr. Altman equity in OpenAI. My understanding is he may be a limited partner for some investors who have subsequently invested in OpenAI, but I'm not familiar with all the details.
To your knowledge, do any of the independent directors of OpenAI Foundation have any financial interest connected to Mr. Altman?
No.
Does Mr. Altman as CEO report to you and your fellow board members?
Yes, he does.
In general terms, Mr. Taylor, would you describe your evaluation of Mr. Altman as CEO in the years that he's reported to you?
Since I've joined as chairman of the board, I think Sam has done a great job as CEO. He's been forthright with me and the other board members, and he's helped grow the impact of OpenAI, and I think further our mission in ways that have exceeded my expectations.
And that's about going on 2.5 years you've been in this role?
November to now, so yeah, about 2.5 years.
Okay. So we'll come back to that, but let's talk about that time when you came on the board a little bit in November 2023. How did it come to be that you joined the board?
So right before Thanksgiving, I, like most of the world, read in the newspaper that Sam had been fired and didn't know why. And I was going to a family vacation and got a phone call from Adam D'Angelo, who was a member of the board of directors at the time. Adam on the phone said that they were negotiating a path for Sam to come back to the company and asked me if I'd be willing to get involved with the board to help facilitate that.
How'd you know Mr. D'Angelo?
I had known Adam professionally for a while, probably over 10 years, probably talked to him once or twice a year.
Did you know Mr. Altman at the time?
Very similarly. I knew him professionally, maybe a little less long than I knew Adam. Probably saw him once or twice a year at professional events.
And what did you learn on that call you had just before Thanksgiving in 2023 with Mr. D'Angelo?
So Adam asked if I would get involved. I was very skeptical. It was one of the more dramatic moments in my memory of Silicon Valley, and I didn't really want to get involved, sort of being used by one side of it, I guess I could say. So I asked Adam if I could call Sam and said, if he kind of confirms a similar story that you're trying to find a path forward here, I may get involved, but I didn't want to be used by one side.
Did you ultimately agree to participate in these discussions?
I did. I called Sam, I talked to my wife and agreed that I would try to help facilitate an outcome that would help OpenAI from sort of in my words, sort of keep from imploding over the course of the next week.
And so what was the course of those discussions that ensued?
It was a very fluid time. When I started those discussions, I think Mira was interim CEO. By the time it ended, she had joined proverbially the other side. Similarly, the board brought in another interim CEO in that time, but it all culminated with an agreement to bring Sam back as CEO and essentially constitute a new board.
You mentioned Mira, that's Ms. Murati?
That's right, Mira Murati.
And during this handful of days after you got involved, how would you describe the situation at OpenAI?
I would describe it as dire. So the sequencing is a little hazy, but at one point during the course of these discussions, hundreds of OpenAI employees signed an open letter threatening to resign if Sam wasn't brought back as CEO. There were some initial discussions to bring Sam back, and then the board brought in yet another interim CEO, and I thought many of the employees would likely end up working at Microsoft or quitting or something like that. So it felt like the organization might collapse if a resolution wasn't reached.
Did you talk to Satya Nadella in this time period?
Yes, I did.
Who is Mr. Nadella?
Mr. Nadella is the CEO of Microsoft.
And why were you talking with him?
Well, he was, I think, at the time, OpenAI's most important partner. Similarly, at various points during the course of the days that I was involved, he might have been an employer for some of the OpenAI employees who left. And I wanted to understand, candidly, sort of a full view of the situation as I was deciding my own path forward.
Thank you. Was a resolution reached as a result of these discussions you had during these handful of days?
Yes, there was.
And when was that, Mr. Taylor?
That was at the end of November in 2023.
And what were the terms of the resolution, sir?
So the board, the then board of the company resolved to bring Sam back as CEO, to rehire Greg Brockman. 3 of the 4 board members resigned. 1, Adam D'Angelo, remained on the board, and they appointed 2 new independent directors, including me, and I became chairman of the board. Similarly, including me, and I became chairman of the board. In addition to that, we resolved to do an independent review of the events that led up to Sam's termination with the new board running that review.
And did the outgoing directors approve the terms of the resolution you just described?
Yes, technically they resigned and they appointed me mechanically, so it was their resolution that brought me to the company.
Were the previous directors expelled or expunged or removed or anything like that?
No, they resigned and they appointed the new board and in fact hired Sam and Greg back as well.
And did Microsoft have a say in picking the incoming OpenAI board members?
Well, I joke, I think through the course of the week, everyone had an opinion who should be on the board, but no, formally the outgoing board appointed the new directors.
We could take a look together at DX 1057. Your Honor, this has been stipulated permission. We would offer it.
I think it's already in, right? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a long document. If we could just flip virtually through the pages, that would be great. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the board resolution that codified the agreement that we were just speaking about.
We can take that down. Thank you, guys. You mentioned that there had been an agreement to conduct an independent review, Mr. Taylor. What was the reason for that?
So I would say both sides of this dispute were interested in a process that would look at the events and have more credibility. Roughly speaking, the outgoing board wanted to ensure that their concerns were properly adjudicated by the new board. And Sam and Greg and others, wanted their character, sort of affixed in the eyes of the public. So both sides were advocating for this independent review.
I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions about this at a very high level, Mr. Taylor, if that's okay. Who conducted the review?
So the board created an independent committee to do the review. It was made up of essentially the 2 board members who weren't Adam, since Adam was involved in the events that we were reviewing. And as a committee, we brought on outside counsel to help us conduct the review.
What did you think it was important that the review be thorough?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor. Pretrial ruling.
Who's? Oh. Sorry. I did hear you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No. You can answer that question. It's a very high level. We're not going to spend very much time on this at all.
Absolutely, I did. You have to understand at this point, the company had almost quit en masse just weeks earlier, and there were basically two possible outcomes of this review. Either we would decide to fire Sam again, in which case we wanted to make sure that the employees felt that it had credibility, or they might quit again, or we would decide to have Sam continue in that role, and we wanted to ensure that after this very public spat that it had credibility as well. So it was very important to us that it not only be independent.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Finish off.
It was important to us that it not only be independent, but be viewed as independent.
Thank you. Did Mr. Altman have any involvement in this review?
Mr. Altman was interviewed as a byproduct of the review, but certainly didn't take part in structuring it.
And did the board take any action upon completion of the review?
Yes, we did.
What did the board do upon completion of the review? Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, we resolved a few things. First, just tactically, the committee recommended to the board certain actions which were approved unanimously, and we agreed that Sam should continue as CEO. We reappointed Sam Altman to the board. We found a number of areas that we felt that OpenAI had we thought lacking governance that contributed to some of the conflicts that we sort of inherited. So we adopted a number of new governance controls as well.
And why did you all decide to reappoint Mr. Altman?
During the course of the review, we didn't find anything that we felt.
Objection, Your Honor.
He can talk at a high level. It does not violate my order. Overruled.
During the course of the review, we didn't find anything that we felt warranted his termination, and we felt that he should continue as CEO. Notably, it was a unanimous opinion, including Adam D'Angelo. And we also felt that as CEO, after this review is done, CEO should be a part of the board, albeit not as an independent director, which is standard practice.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. You mentioned the thinking about the OpenAI conflict of interest policy. What is the OpenAI conflict of interest policy today?
So the conflict of interest policy, which we created as a byproduct of this review, is pretty typical. It essentially means that when OpenAI is engaging in business activities in an organization that you have a financial interest in, you have to declare it, and you have to recuse yourself from the final decisions about maybe an agreement with that organization.
Got it. Thanks. Has OpenAI entered into a transaction, to your knowledge, with a company called Helion?
Yes, we have.
What's Helion?
Helion is a company developing fusion technology, a form of clean energy.
And what's the arrangement that OpenAI has entered into with Helion, Mr. Taylor?
My understanding is we have a license to future power once they achieve their technical milestones to create fusion.
Does Mr. Altman have an interest in Helion?
Yes, he does.
How do you know that?
Right after I joined the board, Sam sent a note detailing his conflicts, actually prior to even adopting this new conflict of interest policy. So our new conflict of interest policy. So I knew his involvement from the moment I joined the board.
And what did you understand Mr. Altman's interest in Helion to be, sir?
I knew he had a significant financial stake in Helion, and at the time he was on the board of directors, though he's since resigned from the board.
Did Mr. Altman have any role at OpenAI in approving the Helion transaction?
No, he did not.
Did all of the independent directors of OpenAI support the Helion transaction?
Yes, we approved the transaction as a full board, and it was unanimous.
And so you also supported the Helion transaction as board chair?
Yes, I did.
Why?
If you look at the factors that could potentially limit OpenAI's ability to create AGI and ensure its benefit to humanity, there's really three key obstacles. One is access to chips or compute. The other are the data centers that host those chips. And finally, the power that powers those data The second are the data centers that host those chips.
You really have to slow down.
I apologize.
So please slow down. She can't type that fast.
I apologize. The second, as I mentioned, are the data centers that host those chips. And finally, it's the power that powers those data centers. And many people in the AGI community believe power will be the most scarce of those resources over time. And fusion is obviously a compelling opportunity to remove that shortfall.
Does that?
Compelling opportunity to remove that shortfall.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Does OpenAI have a commercial arrangement at present with Reddit?
Yes, we do.
Did Mr. Altman have an interest in Reddit?
Yes, my understanding was that Sam was an early investor in Reddit.
And did Mr. Altman, was he involved in negotiating the Reddit deal?
He was not involved in approving the Reddit deal. My understanding was at some point in those discussions, we were on the verge of litigation with Reddit. There's a lot of tension between content sites and large language model companies. So I believe he, in some capacity, helped bring down the temperature during that process, but he recused himself from the final board approval.
Did all of the independent directors of OpenAI support the Reddit deal?
Yes, Sam recused himself and the independent directors unanimously approved the deal.
And generally speaking, what's your view as to how Mr. Altman has handled potential conflicts during the 2.5 years you've been chair of the board?
In my experience, Sam is involved in a lot of different companies, but he's been forthright with me, proactive and transparent while I've been on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We'd like to look at another demonstrative, which is DDX5, if we could put that on the screen. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are we looking at here?
This is a conceptual diagram of the corporate structure of OpenAI at the time that I joined the board of directors.
And in broad strokes, would you describe this structure for the benefit of the jury, please?
So the structure was essentially a not-for-profit called OpenAI Inc. With a single board of directors. That was the one that I was chair of. That nonprofit had a wholly owned subsidiary called OpenAI Global LLC. The board and the nonprofit controlled that for-profit subsidiary. The employees of OpenAI and the investors in OpenAI had a kind of an unusual financial instrument that represented their stake in that LLC.
Did this structure have an impact on OpenAI's ability to raise funds in the capital markets?
Yes, it did.
Describe in general terms that effect, Mr. Taylor, for the jury.
This is a little bit beyond my expertise, but the investors in OpenAI Global LLC were investing in this unusual capped profit instrument, which meant they could make money off their investment in the LLC up to a certain point, after which the residual profits would go to the not-for-profit. It was challenging because it was unusual. So most of the time when investors are investing in a company, they either acquire debt or equity or something that's understandable and broadly used. This was a very bespoke, kind of unusual instrument, which meant that every new investor had to learn how to value it. And in fact, in our later rounds, prior to our recapitalization, many of our investors made their investment conditional on moving to a new structure.
What can you think of any investors that actually made their investment conditional on a change of structure?
I remember specifically SoftBank did, and I believe Thrive may have as well. I'm not sure of that last one specifically.
Who controlled OpenAI in this structure?
The OpenAI nonprofit and therefore its board of directors controlled OpenAI.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Let's take this one down and look at DDX6. So what are we looking at here?
This is a diagram, conceptual diagram of the current structure of OpenAI.
And describe here again in general terms how this structure operates.
Like before, there's a nonprofit at the top, now called the OpenAI Foundation. The foundation has a board of directors which controls that foundation. The foundation now has control over the OpenAI Group Public Benefit Corporation, or B Corp, through a variety of governance controls, which I'm happy to detail.
Well, we'll come to them in a minute, Mr. Taylor. But first, this question: Who Who controls OpenAI in this structure?
The OpenAI Foundation Board of Directors.
So same as before?
That's correct.
Did the nonprofit's mission change?
No, our mission remained the same.
When was the current structure put into place, Mr. Taylor?
At the end of October last year, so October 2025.
Did you support the restructuring?
Yes, I strongly supported it.
Do you own any stock or equity in OpenAI?
No, I do not.
To your knowledge, do any of the independent directors of OpenAI own any stock or equity in OpenAI?
No, they do not.
Did you have any economic interest in the restructuring at all?
No, I did not.
Why did you support it?
When we thought about the future of our mission, we were really focused on three things, which is one, maximizing the likelihood that we achieve our mission over time, our ability to attract and retain the best researchers. Fundamentally, we're a research lab, and we would not be here if not for them. And one of the insights that, again, sort of before my time, we had about creating artificial general intelligence is just a huge amount of capital we would need to build out the supercomputers for training and inference. And so with this new structure, the OpenAI Foundation and the board of directors still maintains control. Our mission is still front and center, but the OpenAI Group, PBC, is a relatively traditional corporate structure, which means it can attract a broad range of investment, which we think significantly de-risks our ability to achieve our mission over time, both in our ability to attract researchers, but also to attract investors.
Were investors' returns subject to caps under the previous structure?
Yes. The different investors, I think, had maybe slightly different terms, but their profits are capped to a point after which the residual profits would go to the not-for-profit.
And how would removing the caps benefit the nonprofit, sir?
Well, try to find a simple way of putting this. OpenAI is decidedly not profitable. So there was a theoretical structure here that over time, if OpenAI became massively profitable because of its investment in AGI, that the not-for-profit could benefit from those residuals. Based on the fact that we had trouble even raising money, even in my time on the board, it wasn't clear to me that we would ever get to that point. And so in this new structure, the OpenAI Foundation has a significant equity stake in the OpenAI PBC, which means as the company grows, we immediately benefit from that growth as opposed to waiting for future profits. And similarly, one of the biggest risks of the company was, could we actually get investors, and given we're decidedly not cash flow positive today, I apologize, given we could attract investors, given we're decidedly not cash flow positive today, and that de-risked that as well. So I think this is very much almost uniformly better for our mission.
And I'm pretty sure you said this, but just so it's clear, has OpenAI generated any profits to date?
No.
What process did the board undertake to consider a structure change?
Like with all boards, we first created a committee.
What kind of committee did you form?
It was called the Mission and Strategy Committee. We formed the committee, and then we brought on outside advisors, nonprofit legal advisors, bankers, because a lot of it was how you value these different financial instruments, and outside nonprofit advisors as well.
Were you on the Mission and Strategy Committee, Mr. Taylor?
No, I was not.
Did you attend Mission and Strategy Committee meetings?
I attended many of them, as did most of the board. Our policy on the board is all committee activities are open to all. No, I'm sorry, this might be perpetual. I apologize. Our policies on the OpenAI board is all board members can attend all committee meetings, and I attended a meaningful subset of the Mission and Strategy Committee meetings.
And how often, Mr. Taylor, did the Mission and Strategy Committee meet?
Frequently. The committee started meeting twice a week. It went down to a more reasonable pace over time once many of the advisors were brought on, and it met continuously for, I want to say, almost a year and a half.
And what were the board's objectives in considering its mission and strategy?
First and foremost, how to maximize the chances that we achieve our mission. Next was attracting the greatest researchers in the world, which has been, even in the time I've been on the board, has become increasingly competitive. And then third was how to attract the capital that we would need to do to finance all the investments we anticipated making.
Thank you. Let's take a look at DX 1068, which has been stipulated, and we'd offer it, Your Honor, into admission.
Admitted.
Thank you. This is another long document. So here again, let's flip virtually through the pages and you can check in your binder if that's easier for you, sir. My simple question to you is whether you recognize this document.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And what is it?
These are minutes from the Mission and Strategy Committee through the course of 2024.
Thank you. We can look now at DX 1165, also stipulated. And
Admitted.
thank you, Your Honor. We can take a look at the pages as well in a similar way. Again, you can check your binder if it's easier, but same simple question, sir. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
These are minutes of the Mission and Strategy Committee from 2025.
Thank you. Okay. Let's take a look at DX 1150, please. Also stipulated. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a blog post. I believe I'm on the byline, but written on behalf of the board from December of a couple years ago, where we announced our intention to consider a recapitalization.
And please look at the first two paragraphs, if you would, Mr. Taylor. I'm going to ask you to read them, but I'm going to ask you to do it slowly.
Thank you for the reminder.
It's admitted.
OpenAI's board of directors is evaluating our corporate structure in order to best support the mission of ensuring artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity, with three objectives. One, choose a nonprofit/for-profit structure that is best for the long-term success of the mission. Two, make the nonprofit sustainable. Three, equip each arm to do its part. We have a nonprofit and a for-profit today, and we will continue to have both, with the for-profit's success enabling the nonprofit to be well-funded, better sustained, and in a stronger position for the mission.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Did this post accurately reflect what the OpenAI board was trying to achieve as it was considering its structure in the Mission and Strategy Committee?
Yes, it did.
And at this point in December 2024, had the board decided on what structure it would ultimately adopt?
No, we hadn't. We did this post given the public interest in what we were considering, just to be transparent about the process that we were starting.
When did that final structure begin to come into focus?
We completed it in October of last year, so October 2025.
And what form of organization did OpenAI and its board ultimately determine to proceed with for the for-profit entity?
For the for-profit entity, we elected to use a public benefit corporation, or B Corp.
And why the PBC form for the for-profit entity?
Well, first, B Corp or PBC is a standard structure, so it met our criteria that it not be something exotic for investors. And what's unique about a B Corp is the dual fiduciary duties. So it has a mission component as well as a profit-seeking component, which meant that we could have an organization with the same mission as the foundation.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Let's take a look at another document, 1163, DX 1163. It's been stipulated between the parties again.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's this? What are we looking at now, Mr. Taylor?
This is another blog post. This is the first part of it. I authored the first part. Sam Altman had a post underneath this. This was an update in May of last year, giving an update on our progress towards recapitalization.
How had the OpenAI's board's thinking on structure evolved by this point since December 2024?
Well, first, as we just discussed, we had settled on a structure for the for-profit entity, which was a PBC. We had also decided that the nonprofit part of OpenAI should maintain governance control over that PBC.
Thank you. And here again, let me ask you to read the first line in the following bullets on this page that you authored. And I again caution you to move slowly because we all tend to speed up when we're reading.
The OpenAI board has an updated plan for evolving OpenAI's structure. OpenAI was founded as a nonprofit and is today overseen and controlled by that nonprofit. Going forward, it will continue to be overseen and controlled by that nonprofit. Our for-profit LLC, which has been under the nonprofit since 2019, will transition to a public benefit corporation, a purpose-driven company structure that has to consider the interests of both shareholders and the mission. The nonprofit will control and also nonprofit will control and also be a large shareholder of the PPC, giving the nonprofit better resources to support many benefits. Our mission remains the same, and the PPC will have the same mission.
Thank you. Why did the board ultimately decide to adopt the structure in which the nonprofit sat on top of the PPC from a control perspective?
During the course of the mission and strategy process, we deliberated as a board and solicited feedback from regulators and got feedback from the attorneys general and outside not-for-profit groups on the importance of a structure like this, which we agreed with.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you, you raised the attorneys general. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about them, but please, a high-level questions and high-level answers.
Ruling, Your Honor.
Overruled. Very general.
Very general. Mr. Taylor, please. Did the board want the attorneys general to be involved in these discussions?
Yes, we did.
And at a general level, why is that, sir?
Well, first, as a not-for-profit, we are regulated by the attorneys general of California and Delaware. Similarly, they represent the public of the state where we're based and the state in which we're incorporated. So we wanted their feedback as we came up with the structure.
And here again, very general terms, what was the nature of OpenAI's engagement with the attorneys general?
Your Honor, I would object.
Sustained.
Do you know, here again, just whether the attorneys general reviewed the financial terms of the restructuring?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At a high level, how did OpenAI address the attorney general's input?
Objection, Your Honor. It's getting at the same point.
Overruled.
When we received feedback from the attorneys general, we incorporated it into our structure in a collaborative way, I would characterize.
Thank you. Okay, so let's take a look at DX 1168.
And you have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. This is stipulated as well?
Go ahead, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's this?
This is a blog post bylined by me again on behalf of the board in September of last year, after we had largely come up with the structure we have today and reached agreement with Microsoft on that structure.
Thank you. Please read here again slowly the first paragraph of this post.
OpenAI's planned evolution will see the existing OpenAI nonprofit both control a public benefit corporation and share directly in its success. OpenAI started as a nonprofit, remains one today, and will continue to be one, with the nonprofit holding the authority that guides our future.
Is that an accurate summary of what happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, I suggest that we break it this time if that's congenial to the court.
No, that's fine. Okay, so members of the jury were still on track to have closing arguments happen on Thursday. It may be within the general confines of what we've been doing. It may be a little bit longer. We will have lunch for you just in case, so that you have something to eat in case it goes longer, and our schedule will not be the same, as I've mentioned in the past. Did you all chat about whether you wanted to go later in the day on Thursday or not? If you've not talked about that, just go ahead and you can talk about that one thing, the scheduling, and then send me a note back with your response, okay? Any questions about anything? No? Hope you feel a little bit better. All right, we'll stand in recess with the jury until 8:30 tomorrow.
Rise for the jury.
You may be seated.
Mr. Taylor, you may step down. You're ordered to return. Should be here by 8 o'clock, no later, tomorrow. Okay. I have a 2 o'clock calendar. I think there are a number of things that we have to do today. We didn't finish the list from this morning. I suggest you all come back at 2:30. All right. Anything you want to discuss right this second?
Your Honor, very briefly, thank you, Your Honor, for addressing the Thursday issue. We just wondered if you could instruct your deputy just to make clear to the jurors that they could stay for deliberation. I just think that Your Honor's instruction was very helpful, but I'm not sure if they heard that they had the option of staying for
I've
deliberation.
done this more than you have.
I know, Judge.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Okay. 2:30. Come on back at 2:30. We'll talk to you then.
I think we did for you too.
Yeah.
Oh, those they were like earlier.
Okay,
I'll be responsible for this.
But I can help you with something with him. I'm sorry.
Or actually,
You can just put the, whatever.
he should be in the box. I handed it.
I don't think Steve.
Yeah, get it. But I'm sorry.
No.
Evolution. No, great. I know these.
I got it.
Thank you. I'll do my best. So that it'll use it.
Yeah, you just going on.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go. Yeah.
No, I great, you guys.
That's what I got
to. Thank you. Hang on. How are you? What are you doing? I was thinking about coming back to Berkeley. I popped back, but actually, I can't go better if I don't. All right, what's your?
What is it?
I'm up for any, but my schedule that nothing else that was this was the thing I got over. Yeah, I don't know for anything. Yeah, I'm going to take it.
Okay, you're going
I'll take it with you right now. All right, yeah, perfect. Yeah, but actually, it's like I don't have enough. Thank you. Okay, all right. Very
Yeah, I'm with the, and it's like I asked about the.
Yeah. I'll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. May I have representatives from parties' attention, please? We have a standing calendar. If it's okay to come back after. Time is it? Like 2:30 to 45. Once we're done, we can confer about the admitted exhibits.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode on While We Were Distracted.